Okay. Jeez, what's going on with this thing? That noise is gonna get annoying. That noise is gonna get annoying. So when I was starting to make the thumbnail for this video, I'm like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna talk about with this video. I feel like I figured out like most of the chapter, blah blah blah, and literally as I'm making the thumbnail, an epiphany hits me, and I'm like, I don't understand this chapter. There's so much more I haven't seen. So I'm literally between, man, I've totally figured it out, and pretty much this. No, you can't hear this. I turned off the audio because I'm a dumb bitch.
You'll see. I'm gonna get out and learn what's out there.
A meaningless effort. One who knows nothing can understand nothing.
I fucking love Kingdom Hearts, okay? I'm unabashedly a Kingdom Hearts fan. I love Kingdom Hearts. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I'm unabashedly Kingdom Hearts fan. I love this series. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So what I realized, we have a lot to go through. There's shit on Twitter, there's shit on Reddit. Like I already have like Reddit pulled up. There's a decent amount to go through. The thing that I kind of realized, that like kind of hit me like a freight train, is what is it? The Sumi thing. The Sumi thing. Sumi being present in the chapter, I think has a lot more significance than I realized. In particular, because here's Minnie having a heart-to-heart talk with Chizuru, and then you remember Sumi had a heart-to-heart talk with Chizuru. And suddenly what Reiji's doing is creating contrast. Suddenly what Reiji does is create this like contrast between how Sumi talked to Chizuru and how Minnie talked to Chizuru. And they're really, really different. What Minnie does is purely selfish. It's not to help Chizuru. It's not to do anything to like make it easier on her or understand her pain or see that she's really struggling. No, she just asks to confirm what she wants to believe. It's all very, very selfish. And I think that's like the biggest proof I can tell. So if like anyone comes in here, if anyone comes in and they're like, Minnie's such a good friend, she's really listening to Chizuru, literally tell them, okay, go read the Sumi chapter where Chizuru talks to Sumi, and then go to this one and see the difference, right? Especially considering where that takes place. Sumi meets and talks to Chizuru in private. She doesn't put her on fucking blast. She doesn't scare the shit out of her. It's all in private. Another thing that I came to realize about the chapter is that Sumi appearing, Sumi is a very passive character in the story. She's literally a character who literally wants to be proactive, but because of her nature, she struggles to be proactive. So because she's shy, she sometimes uses that as an excuse to not do what she wants to do. Yes, Reiji has openly said a part of it is a fucking excuse, that Sumi kind of uses her own temperament as an excuse. She also clearly here didn't fully think this through. So what does this highlight to you? Oh, look, Sumi didn't really truly have a plan. And what do you see with Chizuru later when you're reading the chapter? Chizuru literally admits to Minnie, I didn't really have a plan. Like Minnie thinks Chizuru has like is playing like 4D fucking chess. She has this like deep complicated plan. She knows exactly what the fuck she's doing. She's figured all this shit out. Remember, we kind of had this theory too. We're like, oh my god, Chizuru like has this deep complicated plan. Plot twist, Chizuru doesn't fully know what the fuck she's doing. Because she's also young and immature in her own ways. She doesn't really fully know what the fuck she's doing. So just like Sumi, Chizuru wants to do something for Kazuya. Like literally just like Sumi, she has maybe a gift or something she wants to do for Kazuya. She wants to spend time with him, and she doesn't know what to do. She didn't really fully plan this ahead. She didn't have an idea of what she wanted to do. It's the same thing you can see with the investigation. Okay, Chizuru wants to do this investigation. What exactly is she investigating? Right? She doesn't really fully know what she's investigating because she doesn't fully, truly understand love. So she has no idea what she should be investigating. She just asks these questions that might help her find her answer. But Chizuru doesn't really fully understand love, so she actually needs help navigating this. And that's kind of what literally just happens with Sumi. Sumi doesn't know how to go about reaching Kazuya. She wants to contact him. She wants to connect with him. She comes up with a plan. She's going to do that plan. Like, oh, okay, maybe I can do this, this, and that could work. Okay, cool. She tries to go do that, and then Kazuya does it first. So what's interesting about this sequence is that as Sumi's about to be active, Kazuya solves the situation for her, and she doesn't need to be active. Literally, hey, look at this thing that's about to be activated, right? And it doesn't, right? You literally turn to Sumi as she's just sitting down waiting, right? Sumi's just sitting and waiting, not doing anything. And I think it's really interesting that you see Sumi sitting down and waiting as a mirror to Kazuya. Because guess what? That's what Sumi actually mirrors. Not Chizuru. Kazuya. Because Kazuya is sitting down, waiting, and not doing anything. Sumi quite literally mirrors Kazuya's passivity. She's the same thing. That's the whole point. I said this in the past. Kazuya and Sumi are a lot more of a mirror than you might realize, because she has the same passivity as him. She doesn't do the same things just like him. She buries down her emotions just like him. The difference is Kazuya helped her in the past, whereas now he's the one in need of helping. And you also see Sumi's dog sleeping, which I think is really interesting. Why is the dog sleeping? It shouldn't be a big deal. Probably isn't a fucking big deal. But I think it's really interesting that, like, you know, she goes to pet the dog that's sleeping after having gotten her reward for having seemingly done not much. Sumi didn't really do anything here. She goes to do something and nothing happens. Now, I think low-key, this is kind of the chapter in a lot of ways, where if you're reading the chapter, technically, you think Minnie is here to do this thing. And not a whole lot happens. Right? You have a contrast between the gift that Sumi wants to give and the bomb that Minnie wants to defuse. And what happens? Minnie doesn't really give, right? So in the beginning, Chizuru is asking Minnie of something. Minnie doesn't give her what she wants. How does the chapter start? The chapter literally starts with Minnie not giving Chizuru what she wants. Chizuru asked a question, Minnie does not give her, she just teases her. Right? And she has a grand old time while Chizuru is not getting what she wants. She asked about Kazuya, Minnie didn't say anything. And what does Minnie say? The thing she always fucking says. He's just thinking about someone he loves. That's not what Chizuru fucking asked. Chizuru is asking, what's he doing? Is he job hunting? Did Kazuya, like, Chizuru doesn't know Kazuya dyed his hair. She doesn't know any of this stuff. And she's asking what's going on with him. Minnie doesn't tell her. Did you notice that? So in contrast to Sumi, who's trying to give Kazuya a gift, here's Chizuru asking Minnie for something, and Minnie is refusing to give that to her. So what does Chizuru do in the chapter? Chizuru plays along with Minnie. Okay, let's go out. Chizuru chooses to go out with Minnie. Minnie asks Chizuru, Chizuru tells her, I have rehearsal, I can't drink tomorrow, I can't drink, I can't skip rehearsal and stuff like that, so I'll skip the drinking. Minnie is just like, oh, it shouldn't be a big deal, you should drink. So Chizuru, being respectful and trying to be hospitable and doing this thing together because she showed up, she's gonna share her time with Minnie, chooses to drink. This is signified by the drink she gets. She gets a sangria. Okay, sangria, I was interested about this since last stream. I didn't bother looking it up during the stream, but I looked it up after. And someone sent me some stuff about it, but then I double-checked it. Turns out there's a little more to it than what they were telling me. Okay. The sangria, in particular, it's derived from the word blood, and the name for it translates to bloodletting. Sounds edgy, right? So bloodletting is basically you kind of in simple terms is to disinfect. So basically, the sangria, it was made during a time where there was a lot of contaminated water. So what they would do is they would like combine red wine with like some of the dirty water and stuff and clean it up. And that's what the drink was popular for. So the drink is associated with blood, and so it's red. The drink is red. And the other thing is that it's also connected to warmth and hospitality, because it's about getting together and sharing time with a person. So literally, the drink is conveying two things about Chizuru's character here. She's literally sharing her time with Minnie. She's like, okay, I'll share my time with you. And it's very specifically emphasized, Chizuru's drink is emphasized, not Minnie's drink. Minnie, we don't see what the fuck Minnie gets. It doesn't matter what Minnie gets. Specifically, Chizuru's drink is emphasized. That shows Chizuru sharing her hospitality with Minnie. But also, too, it's showing her sacrifice, because the drink is literally blood. It is literally Chizuru sacrificing here. She's opening up to Minnie. She's getting uncomfortable with Minnie. She's sharing how lost and confused she is with Minnie, with a person who, in the past, has put her on blast and made it very hard for Chizuru to open up. And Chizuru is like, I'm going to play your game and open up to you. Right? Chizuru wants to wall Minnie out in the past. And she's like, fine, I'll get vulnerable. I'll get a little scared. She put herself in this position, which directly ties into Hurt Locker, because if you guys remember, Hurt Locker, like, is the reference Minnie makes here to that film. What's interesting about Hurt Locker is that the film is literally written around that idea of exploring the psychology of people. Isn't that strong alcohol less than regular wine? Yeah. It's not that strong. That's another thing too. Yeah, it's not that strong. So Chizuru is drinking something kind of light. She's not being stupid. So that's I guess that's the third thing. Sangria isn't that strong. It's a kind of a lighter alcohol. So Chizuru's drinking light just to be safe, so she doesn't get drunk or anything. She's being very smart about this. Whereas, let's say if you go to Kazuya, he would get shit-faced drunk. Right? She's limiting her alcohol. Anywho, with Hurt Locker, the movie, when we read about it yesterday, there's a part where they were literally saying, like, the movie is basically trying to explore the psychology of people who are put into, who have the skills for bomb disarmament and who are put in this field of battle and go in there willingly. Which is literally what's actually being explored about Chizuru's character. Chizuru is the one disarming the bomb here. You think it's Minnie. Chizuru is the one disarming the bomb. Minnie is the bomb, right? Minnie made Chizuru the bomb. Right? Minnie made Chizuru the bomb in the way that she goes about approaching things. So Chizuru initially disarms herself, right? And the sangria is a cocktail, as a girl's cocktail. Not necessarily. There's a lot of different sangrias, but yes, it is kind of a feminine drink too, for sure. Let's see. Sangria is a girl's cocktail nowadays, along with a silicruta. My wife, years ago, when she was my girlfriend, it's staple for sleepovers and girls' talks as well. It's at least the country where I'm from. Yeah, so that too. It's about like that girls' talk vibe, which is definitely what Chizuru's trying to do. Yeah, it's a bonding drink. That's kind of what I was literally saying. It's a drink about hospitality and warmth. She's literally trying to bond with Minnie, and what is Minnie doing? Right? What is Minnie doing? Everybody's giving Minnie all the fucking credit for the bonding. Chizuru is the one doing the effort. Chizuru is the one who orders the sangria. Chizuru is the one who orders a bonding drink. Minnie is the one who is off in her own la la land, and not worrying about anything. She doesn't give a shit. She's just kind of trying to get her truth to be real. She doesn't give a shit what Chizuru thinks, right? She claims to care, but she's just so busy thinking Chizuru is going to blow up on her, when the only reason Chizuru has blown up on her in the past is because Minnie would do really incredibly stupid shit. Like jump into the bath with her, or be incredibly invasive, or talk about this thing non-fucking stop. Literally, Minnie never talks about fucking anything else. It's always super light talk about something else, boom, instantly love talk, ayo, love talk. So Chizuru is trying to bond with Minnie. Minnie's not bonding with her. Minnie's walling her out. That's pretty much what's happening in this sequence. With Hurt Locker, the movie, I was saying, like, the movie is trying to explore the psychology of these characters. What are you getting a lot of in this chapter? Literally Chizuru's psychology. literally getting like what Chizuru is thinking, what she's going through. The chapter quite literally deconstructs every single thing Minnie has said. So, for instance, if you go to the very last page where Chizuru admits to, okay, if I didn't have my play and Kazuya came and confessed his feelings to me, I would date him. Okay, then, what the fuck is the point of all of Minnie's self-improvement horseshit? What's the point of that? Right? Okay, Minnie's telling Kazuya, you need to make it 110%. You need to get a job. You need to become more manly. You should try to keep making yourself look better for Chizuru. Here's Chizuru just admitting she would date him right now as he is, if there wasn't a play. Which begs the question, what the fuck has Minnie been on about? And if that part of what Minnie's been saying starts being put into question, what else should you be questioning? Okay, let's get into this a little bit more. Okay then, Minnie here panics. Minnie panics here because Chizuru just told her, what was it? That the kiss wasn't the answer. Minnie was 100% sure the kiss was some sort of fucking answer, right? Minnie was sure the kiss was some sort of fucking answer, right? And here's Chizuru telling her, hey, yo, I did what you said. And guess what? Here we are still. It didn't reach Kazuya. Right? So let's see here. Even if it's pretty lame, when we were drinking, I said it was absurd, and yet this was the only thing I could do. I'm just so pathetic. Right? Chizuru's beating herself up. Minnie's like, wait a second, that's what she's talking about? Really? Okay, if the kiss wasn't her answer, did she just blindly follow my advice? Why don't you ask her? Doesn't ask. What now then? This isn't what I imagined at all. Oh, look. Minnie's perception is starting to shatter. So all this shit. So here's a great example. Here's a great example. Who remembers chapter 392? Who remembers chapter 392? Oh, sorry, 391. 91. I was off by one number. Right? So remember, Minnie kept having all these theories about the kiss. Right? Minnie kept having all these theories about the kiss. And here's what she tells Kazuya the kiss means. She had doubts if it was really okay for a rental girlfriend and a client to become lovers, and that it wouldn't be fair to date someone without understanding her own feelings first. She had the gods of morality and guilt watching over her, but the super earnest and timid angel gave you a silent answer. It's a full-fledged I love you. Okay. Here's Chizuru just admitting it's not I love you. Right? When Minnie says it like that, doesn't it sound super convincing? Right? When Minnie frames it like that, oh man, that sounds just like Chizuru. That sounds just like Chizuru. Man, it sounds so convincing. Chizuru was feeling guilty. She's a cute, silent angel. Oh, she's going through all this shit and blah, blah, blah. It must mean an I love you. Here's Chizuru blatantly telling Minnie that it's not an I love you. Suddenly, Minnie's entire theory is wrong. Suddenly, Minnie doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. So, all that shit Minnie said in chapter 391, how can you trust that? How could you possibly trust Minnie? Chizuru's-san is always so serious. To think that she actually followed it is actually kind of funny. Yeah, and that's why Chizuru thinks she's lame and you would laugh at her. Chizuru's okay looking like a total clown in front of Minnie if it means that she can clear some stuff up and bond with her. I promised him that I wasn't going to be vague. Despite that, I still couldn't give him an answer in Odaiba, but on the way home, he told me that he'd wait anyway. I just don't know what to do anymore. Okay, I can't give him an answer, and I'm lost, I'm confused, help me. She's literally crying for help. This is literally Chizuru crying for help. What does Minnie do? So, how was it? How did it feel? Why does Minnie do this? I see. She also knew that these things were wrong and she was backed into a corner. Okay. Did you notice a problem here? Chizuru is putting a whole... Kazuya is putting a whole lot of pressure on Chizuru. Isn't he? She wants to answer him. She can't find her answer. Nobody asks her, why are you having such a hard time finding your answer? What's going on? Nobody ever considers it might be Kazuya's fault. Because she's the one who's being indecisive, right? Chizuru is the one who can't figure out her feelings, right? Kazuya just keeps telling her he loves her, right? She should just know. As if love is enough to find an answer for what you're feeling. Right? As if she needs to find this answer alone. Do you see the problem? She's literally being put in a position where she has to find her answer alone. It never crosses Minnie's mind. Chizuru must have found her answer. She's literally telling Minnie, I don't have an answer. She's reiterated it twice. I don't have an answer. What does Minnie do? Does that mean that she still doesn't have her answer? Yes. Ask her. Just double check. Do you know? No, she agreed to the date. There's no doubt about that. Well, okay. She agreed to the Odaiba date too, and she didn't have her answer then. What's your point? See what I mean? She agreed to the Odaiba date, didn't have her answer then. What the fuck is your point? She's going to agree to another date and still not have her answer. What is your point? No, Chizuru must have found her answer. Do you see the problem? What this is doing is conformity. She's forcing Chizuru to have an answer instead of helping her find an answer, instead of just giving her the support she needs to get the answer she needs. How do we know this is relevant to Sumi? Let's go to the Sumi chapter. Right? Why is this incredibly relevant to Sumi's character? If it'll load. Thank you. 267. Sumi notices something is wrong with Chizuru. She grabs her, turns her around, asks, are you okay? This is all Sumi needed to notice Chizuru's not okay. Minnie fucking sees this shit and never thinks to ask, are you okay? Minnie sees this shit and never thinks to ask, are you okay? Do you guys remember what I said about Chizuru's birthday? Do you really think Minnie, of all people, could help Chizuru where she was at this point? Chizuru was not okay at this point. Do you really think Minnie could fucking help her at this point? And that chapter proved it to me without a shadow of a fucking doubt. That Minnie could not help Chizuru, could not understand Chizuru when being put in that position. That's what that chapter just proved to me. Minnie doesn't actually understand Chizuru. She has an idea of Chizuru. She understands things about her, but she doesn't truly wish to see her because Minnie doesn't want to dig past the surface level. Why? Minnie has this depth issue, which makes Minnie come off as incredibly superficial at times. And that's kind of Minnie's issue. We've been talking a lot about how Minnie is somewhat superficial lately, and I've kind of come to understand why. Minnie desires order. She really, really wants order. She needs things to make sense. She desperately desires things to make sense, and she will give whatever explanation she wants for that thing to make sense. What this chapter does that is brilliant, that I think people do not understand, is that this chapter is a deconstruction of Minnie's character. It's all Chizuru talking. And yet, we learned so much more about Minnie's character than we did Chizuru. Yes, we learned things about Chizuru, but this is stuff I feel like you could have figured out if you really paid attention. But so much of this chapter is deconstructing Minnie's character. Why? Because how do you dismantle a bomb? How do you defuse a bomb? You have to know its intricacies. You have to know its each little pieces, how it works, what to cut, what to do to turn it off, how do you take it apart. So, this chapter systematically diffuses Minnie as a character. It literally deconstructs Minnie from the ground up. Breaks her apart piece by piece to delve into her character and who she is. That is what this chapter is. You think this chapter is all about Chizuru because so much of it is Chizuru talking. And yet, so much of it is literally tearing Minnie to pieces as a character so you can see who she is. And I think that's so fucking clever. Framing a chapter from Chizuru's perspective only for it to actually be all about Minnie, right? Framing it around us getting Chizuru's views of love, only for us to actually understand Minnie so much more. Because a lot of this, as Chizuru has said, you've heard a lot of this. But how Minnie reacts to this information, what Minnie does with this information, how Minnie acts around Chizuru is so much more informative than what Chizuru's literally telling us. Like, the only real big thing we kind of learned is the meaning of the kiss. That Chizuru just ended up doing what Minnie said. Which really makes sense. I'ma be real. I remember I had the theories of, oh my god, it's a complete, I love you. I said the same thing. I fell into the Minnie trap, okay? Reiji read me like a fucking book, alright? The only reason I realized I was being fucking stupid is because I saw Minnie saying it and I'm like, yes, I'm a fool. Yes, I'm a hypocritic fool. That's how I fucking realized. Like, oh, okay then. But initially, I remember I was saying similar stuff where I was like trying to figure out the meaning of the kiss. Shotting, the kiss doesn't really have a super complicated, deep meaning. It doesn't. It's just Chizuru trying to find her answer and trying to give him an answer. That's what it is. It's literally just Chizuru trying to give him an answer. She said she would put it, like, literally, here's the answer to the kiss. You want me to give you, like, the direct, clear answer to the kiss? It's not Chizuru doing research. Here, let me pull it up for you before we get into the Sumi thing. I thought this was the answer from the start, and suddenly it just all makes sense now that Chizuru has openly said it. Okay. Do you remember this? Chapter 242. Kaze and Chizuru watch a play. Or not a play. They watch YouTube. They sit down, they watch YouTube, and who do they watch? They watch Minnie. Right? Chizuru wants to watch Minnie, and oh, look! Hey, remember how Kaze is, like, really insecure about Chizuru, about how Chizuru might react to sex and things along those lines? Here is them literally watching their neighbor, who's a YouTuber, show off a bra. Show off her undies. On YouTube. And Chizuru is chill with watching this with him. Chizuru is mad chill watching this shit with him. She doesn't mind. She's just having fun. It's like there's no issue with Kazuya's sexual desires. What was the driving motif when Chizuru came over to Kazuya's place in the previous chapter? Right? When Chizuru comes over to Kazuya's place, oh look, here is Kazuya getting really horny and desiring sex. Here's Kazuya getting real horny and desiring sex. It's almost like if he brought it up, it wouldn't have been such a bad issue. Okay, let's continue. The answer to the kiss. Chizuru says she needs to leave. She has a stage play earlier. She's literally telling Kazuya about the stage play. She wants him to ask about the stage play. She's being a bit of a cute tsundere here. She says she wants him to ask. She tells him about him. And she's probably hoping he would say he wants to come to the play. Okay. Kazuya says, I need to say something to her. Mizuhara, I've been thinking about stuff, since you told me that you wanted to see your feelings for what they are. Whether my feelings really went through, but I'll just say this. I'll wait for you for 10 years, at least even 20. I'll wait as long as it takes you. I'll wait until you feel you love me. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. Why is this important? Why is this the answer to the kiss? What does Kazuya say in the kiss? I'll keep the promise I made back then. I'll keep waiting for you. What did Chizuru just mention to Minnie? That he would keep waiting. Do you want to close? Okay. You got you got Kazuya's perspective of this. How do we know why Chizuru kissed Kazuya? And thank you for making time for me today. As long as it takes. What are you saying? You've got the family business you need to take care of. You're going to miss your chance at getting married like that. Please don't worry. I'll give it everything I have. Please don't worry. I'll give it everything I have. That is the answer to the kiss. There you go. That's the meaning of it. It's Chizuru giving it everything she's got. Okay, Minnie said that. I still haven't tried it. You know what? I'm gonna try harder. He believed in me. He's still gonna keep his promise. He's not gonna give up. Why the hell should I give up? I'm gonna try too. I'm gonna do everything I can. Why does this matter so much? It aligns perfectly with my theory. Remember my theory from yesterday? That Chizuru is literally giving it 110%. Remember what Minnie said? You got to give it 120% or some shit like that? Yeah, that's Chizuru. Okay. I'm going to do everything I can. That's what the kiss is. Chizuru giving it 110%. It's not her doing research. It's her saying, fine, I'll go beyond my comfort zone. I will answer you. This is the other half of the promise. I'll give it everything I have. I'll do the best that I can. I'll go above and beyond. I will give you an answer. This is what Chizuru says with the kiss. The kiss is Chizuru saying, I will give you an answer. She remembered she wants to give him an answer. This is her saying, I will give you an answer. Not, this is my answer. I will give you an answer. That's what the kiss means. Minnie can't possibly see this for a very simple reason. She needs this to be the answer. She needs it to be, right? It has to be the answer. Minnie desires order. Okay, sorry. Let me read some of the comments. I'm from Spain, and the sangria is usually ordered as a pitcher to share. It's a social drink. Doesn't mean to meant to be enjoyed together. So it could symbolically suggest that Minnie and Chizuru are sharing something too. No. So Chizuru specifically orders the sangria, and it's not in a pitcher. You literally don't see a pitcher. Specifically, Chizuru orders the sangria. Minnie doesn't. What Minnie has, we do not see. And that is intentional, because it's meant to convey Chizuru's feelings to Minnie and how Minnie is ignoring that. The drink literally conveys what Chizuru is trying to convey to Minnie and how Minnie is ignoring it. It's just symbolic of that. It's not literally saying Chizuru saying, hey, look, I ordered a sangria. That means I'm trying to share time with you. No, it's literally symbolically trying to convey that to you. It's trying to convey what Chizuru is trying to do. Chizuru is trying to convey and connect to Minnie, and Minnie is not connecting to her. Let's see. For Minnie, the simple act of kissing would awaken desire in Chizuru. No. Something like that is mentioned, but we'll talk about that later. My theory about Minnie getting drunk and spilling it could still be true, just minus the info mining on her end from Chizuru. I think maybe Chizuru might end up learning something here, whereas we think Minnie's trying to learn something here. Chizuru might end up learning something here. Maybe Minnie might end up getting drunk. We'll see. Greetings. Question. When Chizuru was opening to Sumi, was Sumi like pushing or felt the need to keep pushing or no? No, this is what I was going to get into. Right? This is what I was going to get into. I was going to get into the Sumi sequence, and no, Sumi does not push. I'll show you what Sumi does. If no, then it's possibly going to lead to the contrast on how it actually helps someone to navigate a situation where they feel they have no idea what to do. Yes, this is literally what I was talking about, Max. Just straight up, literally what I was fucking talking about. I was going to get into it, but I went on my usual tangent. So let's get into it. let's get into it. Do I already have it open? Yep, I do. Okay, so look at Sumi here. Look at what Sumi does. Sumi notices she's not okay. She stops her. She holds her in place. She looks her dead in the eye and she asks, "Are you okay?" Huh? I was worried. Chizuru-san, you're the type to carry everything just on your shoulders. Do you have someone you can talk to? Do you have someone you can depend on? Do these questions feel like pressure? Do you feel a sense of pressure when Sumi lightly hugs you and asks, do you have someone you can depend on? Are you okay? What do these questions do? These questions give you autonomy. These questions value what you feel. These questions are all about your feelings, what you feel. Are you okay? Do you need help? Can I help you? It is offering help. It is not pushing something onto someone. She's giving Chizuru autonomy. She's letting her take the center stage. She literally, what do you see here? What do you see in this cover? She's literally centering Chizuru. She holds Chizuru and centers her in place. She puts her in the centerpiece, right? That's literally what Sumi is doing. She's centering Chizuru. She's valuing her as a person. Sumi-chan. Thank you, Sumi-chan. I do, so you see. Okay. We go to chapter 268. Now, in contrast, before we continue to 268, what does Minnie do? What does her question do? Minnie's question, when she asked Chizuru, how was the kiss? Did Kazuya look more manly to you? It puts Chizuru in the center. It doesn't center Chizuru herself. It puts her in the center. It's like literally shining a light on someone in the middle of a stage. That's literally what Minnie did. So whereas Sumi centers Chizuru in a dark room, right, in a dark place, right, Chizuru is literally, like here, how do you see this sequence? Chizuru is quite literally in a dark place, and Sumi centers her, right? Here's Chizuru literally in a dark place, and Sumi centers her, literally shining a light onto Chizuru, right? This character who, in the prior sequence, guess what? How did Chizuru feel prior to this? Here's Chizuru in the middle of the light and feeling invisible, unseen. She's in the light and completely shadowed. No one sees her. Everybody has blind faces. No one is looking at her. She's completely hidden and unseen. No one understands her. Look at the Sumi sequence. She's being illuminated. She's not shadowed anymore. Right? Sumi is shadowed. Sumi puts herself in Chizuru's shadow so she can understand how Chizuru feels in the darkness. Chizuru is literally in this dark place, and Sumi illuminates her in this darkness and helps her be visible in a place where she felt invisible. She feels invisible in her own home, and Sumi helps her become visible, helps her see herself, right? Tells her, you are valued and I give a shit about you. What does Minnie do? Minnie is in shadows, literally blind to what's fucking in front of her. Chizuru is literally, a light is literally shining on Chizuru, and she's putting her in the spotlight. She's literally putting her out there, and what do you see? It's funny. You see dudes listening in to when Minnie asks about the kiss. Right? Here's Chizuru looking down, and here's Minnie putting Chizuru on fucking blast in front of everyone. Something she also did to Kazuya. She did the same exact thing to Kazuya in a fucking family restaurant. She keeps putting people on blast. She's incredibly inconsiderate. And what this does is, yeah, you get this cute moment, and it's great. But not for her, not for Chizuru. She's vulnerable, right? This is a very private thing. She holds this sangria, this thing about bonding really close to her. She's literally holding a special blonde. She's literally holding a special bond, the sangria, to her mouth. She's literally, what are you seeing here? Minnie asks about how the kiss felt, and Chizuru hides her mouth. It's a little uncomfortable to talk about. She's a little sensitive. This is literally conveying to you, a sensitive topic. She's clearly shy about this. She's clearly a little sensitive about this. She literally hides her lips with a cup of bonding because this is a special bond for her. It means the fucking world to her. That, like, when I see a girl like this, I'm like, hey, yo, mad in love. Give her some space. Stop pressuring her. Remember what I said? Every time you read this sequence, I literally think to myself, stop pushing. Stop pushing. Like, the first push was a pass, right? The first push was stupid, but it was kind of a pass. Fine. Minnie's stupid there. Minnie sees this and thinks to herself, I need to keep pushing. And look at Chizuru freak out a little bit. And look at how childish Minnie is drawn. Now, let's see what Sumi does, right? Sumi illuminates Chizuru. She gives Chizuru the space to talk. Sumi is also in shadow, right? Sumi is also in shadow. She doesn't get it. She doesn't know how important Kazuya is to her yet. But she's about to find out, right? So many people around Chizuru are literally in shadows, but it's not because Chizuru is unwilling to open. If you just make the space for her, she'll talk to you. And that's literally everyone. That's literally everyone, dude. People will fucking talk to you if you just create a space for them to talk. If you just make them feel comfortable. And guess what? Minnie literally tells Kazuya this and doesn't do it herself. Right? I do, so you see, there is someone who's been there to cheer me up. Someone who stayed by my side who was there for me on the day Grandma passed away. Even though I insisted I was okay, someone stuck by my side despite all my refusals, and that certain someone persistence saved me. I always think about them. Sumi glows. She's illuminated. She gets it now. Oh. Wow, they're that close. Oh. She understands how important Kazuya is to Chizuru. Do you like this person, Chizuru-san? Do you like them? Do you see how she phrases the question? She doesn't do a hypothetical. She doesn't do any of this stuff. She just asks, do you like them? She just continues based on what Chizuru said. When Minnie asks right here, doesn't what Minnie say here feel like it has nothing to do with the topic? Chizuru is just telling her, I don't know what to do anymore. Minnie is just like, how was the kiss? How did it feel? What does that have to do with how... I'm telling you how I feel, and now you're asking me how the kiss felt. I'm telling you I'm confused and lost, and your immediate reaction is, did you like the kiss? And how do you see Minnie? Her eyes are closed. She's making a suggestion. Her usual, hey, you should just do this. Hey, just do this. What is Minnie doing? Following steps. Needing to confirm her own reality. She forces Chizuru to conform. Sumi does not force Chizuru to do anything. She just asks. Chizuru says, I don't know. She says, you know what? No matter what I decide, I can't run away. He doesn't give up on anything. I'm a real mess, huh? Chizuru doesn't see herself. She's like, I give people good advice, but I'm a real fucking mess, huh? Sumi gets it, dude. Oh, fuck, this girl's going through a really rough time, man. This is rough. Right? She thinks she's a fuck-up. What Chizuru needs is just, no, you're good. What does Sumi do? Sumi-chan, that's not true, okay? Chizuru-san, you're the most wonderful girl I've ever known. Whatever answer you come to, I'm sure it'll be the right one. She doesn't push her for an answer. She just says, I trust whatever you decide. Have faith in yourself. You'll find the answer. I believe in you. That's all she did. What does Minnie do? Minnie forces an answer out of Chizuru, right? If you were put in an A or B scenario, what would you do? Well, I'm not there at the moment. Well, what would you do? Okay. If I had to say, yeah, I'd probably do that. That's proof. That's proof. Yep, that's what that means. That's literally how the conversation is framed. That's literally how this is framed and structured. Right? Remember, you'll see this a lot with people who use like hyperbole or hypothetical examples to prove their point that a person will react a certain way if placed in a certain scenario, right? They're like, if this happens, that must be how it is. Except, you don't know how Chizuru would react, right? Yeah, of course Chizuru's gonna fucking date him, but what does this prove? Did we learn anything from this? No shit, Chizuru's gonna date him. Bro, she fucking kissed him. Of course she's gonna fucking date him. She told Umi she was serious. You should already know. Chizuru's gonna fucking date him. What did this actually do? It flipped Minnie's entire world upside down. Sumi, despite being blind and not seeing the truth, she's literally blind. She's illuminated, but she's blind. Her eyes are closed. She can't see everything, and that's fine. She doesn't need to see. Minnie needs to see. Her eyes are wide open when she asks this. She's looking at you like this, really desperately trying to see. She needs to know she's correct. And if she's not, well, shit. Damn it, you're a bad person. Or, I was right about you. You suck. Wouldn't that be Minnie's reaction if Chizuru said she wouldn't date him at this point? Damn it, I knew it. You suck. She's putting an ultimatum. That's kind of low-key what Minnie did. If Chizuru didn't answer the question like Minnie wanted, Minnie would be upset. Minnie would be kind of annoyed. And yet, this is essentially a situation where Minnie kind of dug her own fucking grave. Because no matter what answer she gets, she's not going to get what she wants. Here, she technically got the answer she wanted. Except, this answer literally shoots her in the fucking foot. Because guess what? Now everything Minnie's been saying up until this point has been wrong. Oh, look, you sure look like a stupid fucking idiot now, don't you? It's almost, she's literally did what Mommy did. Mommy is just, remember Mommy in Hawaiians? Hey, you two are dating. Kiss her. You can't kiss her, right? Because you're not actually in love. You have a rental relationship. Chizuru kisses him. What the fuck? Yeah, surprise, motherfucker. Yeah, love overcomes authority. Surprise, motherfucker. Yeah, I would defend him with my fucking life. Screw you. Mommy's entire world is shattered. She's in denial. She can't believe it. She needs for something to be true. So she tells them, okay, I didn't think I saw that. Could you guys kiss again? And Kiba's like, what the fuck? And Chizuru's like, okay. Kisses him again. Did you see that? Was that clear enough for you? Mommy just fucking stunned. Her eyes are open. She has to see her eyes immediately react. And she gets angry. Because suddenly everything she thought she knew isn't what she thought she knew. And she gets mad. And I think that's going to happen with Minnie too. I don't know if it's going to happen next chapter, mind you. I don't know if it's going to happen next chapter. But if Minnie, if her perception and her world is flipped over and everything she understood is wrong, I can see Minnie reacting with anger. She would get upset just like Mommy got upset. Because suddenly this order that she thought she understood isn't really fucking true anymore. It's nonsense. And I think that's going to be incredibly relevant for Minnie's character. That is not going to be the answer she wanted. That's the problem. Minnie needs the answer to be a certain thing. She needs the answer to be, I love you. It has to be, I love you. It can't just be Chizuru's answer. And because of that, Chizuru can't find her answer towards love. That is the problem. Chizuru can't possibly find her answer towards love when that answer has to be what others perceive love to be. When in reality, love is your own answer every time. Love is defined by you and no one else. You define what love means to you. So the problem is everyone's trying to tell Chizuru what an answer is. Minnie wants a straight answer. No. Minnie needs her answer. No. She got an answer. She got an answer right here. She got an answer right here. Chizuru doesn't know what she's doing and she doesn't have an answer. Instead of helping Chizuru find her answer, she pressures her for an answer. Minnie wants her answer. She doesn't want a straight answer. She wants her answer. She could help Chizuru give her a straight answer. If Chizuru doesn't know, that's fine. That is an answer. Chizuru saying, I don't know what to do anymore, is an answer. It's just not the answer you want. Is that true or is that not true? She answered what you were thinking. She told you what the kiss meant. And this is all in line with what Chizuru's been going through. This is Chizuru being pretty fucking honest with you. This is a straight answer. It's just not the answer Minnie wants. It's that simple. You need Chizuru to be in love. You need them to be together. It has to fucking happen. I want more. Give me what I want. Right? Isn't that literally all the readers? Just give me what I want. You don't care about love anymore. You need it to happen already. You don't care how the characters feel anymore. You just need it to happen already. You fundamentally lost the point of love. You're not doing this for love anymore. You don't care about the characters' feelings anymore. You just want them to be together. That's all you care about. And this is literally Reiji throwing that back in your face. Hey, look, it's almost like trying to force someone to be in a relationship is just as destructive as trying to actually sabotage their relationship. It's not that different. Because that's what Minnie is doing. She's ignoring Chizuru's feelings, and she's trying to force an answer out of her. So Chizuru will conform to her perception of love. What love has to be. That is the problem. That is why Chizuru is having such a hard time. She's being forced to conform. And she's actually starting to do it. But she just doesn't understand how she feels. And she just needs a little help, a little guidance to figure it out. That's all. Chizuru doesn't need you to give her the answer. She just needs a little guidance. Minnie is not providing guidance. Minnie is pressuring her to give an answer that she may not ultimately agree with. Yeah, in this scenario, I would date him. Chizuru was already going to date him. No fucking shit. Duh. If you haven't been paying attention, you're fucking stupid. They've already been like on 3 different dates, like actual real dates that other people don't know about, mind you. Technically, they've been on 4. If you count the Tiger's Den as a date, because Kazi and Chizuru went together. So that's technically 4 dates. Okay. They've kissed 4 fucking times. They're already dating. And yet Chizuru still can't find her answer. It's almost like dating is not the solution. Dating isn't the answer to love. Dating is merely a way to help you find love. It is not the answer to it. It's almost like the answer you got that you thought was a straight answer didn't actually give you what you wanted. You're wrong. This isn't the love you desire. Yeah, she's gonna date him. But you didn't get the answer you were hoping for. You just think it is. You're now convinced that's what this means. Now, okay. So let me double check the teaser. So Crumpy told us that the teaser was this. The teaser means inexperienced in life experiences, unsophisticated, green, wet behind the ears, inexperienced in love, innocent, naive, and simple. I think next chapter is going to basically do this with Minnie and Chizuru. What do I mean? Minnie is going to see how innocent Chizuru is when it comes to love. You're going to think that's going to be the focus of the chapter. In contrast, I think what you're actually going to be learning is how inexperienced and unsophisticated Minnie is when it comes to love. And you're going to realize, oh, Minnie is like actually kind of an idiot when it comes to love. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And Chizuru, despite being innocent in love, isn't actually nearly as stupid as Minnie. I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be this duality between Minnie and Chizuru, where, because that's kind of been the motif. That's kind of literally been the motif. You're seeing this duality. Last chapter, the duality between Kazuya and Mami was at play, as well as in the very end of the chapter, the duality between Chizuru and Minnie. Now again, you have that duality at play between Chizuru and Minnie. So a double meaning is probably going to be also present here, because guess what? Chizuru diffuses herself as this bomb that Minnie has perceived, when in reality what's happening is that Minnie is the actual bomb, while framing herself as this person diffusing a bomb. So you know what I mean? Double meaning. The diffusing a bomb is literally the entire motif of this chapter, and it systematically diffuses Minnie as a character and tears her apart. And you don't even realize that's happening because you think that's what's happening to Chizuru. In reality, it's the complete flip. It's Minnie who's being completely deconstructed as a character. Because guess what? What have I explained to you before? In literature, when you put a character under pressure, you see what that character will do, who they really are. When a character is placed under pressure, you see who they really are. Okay? Now, Minnie here is now pressured because suddenly her worldview is being challenged. What does she do? What does Minnie do when put under pressure? She immediately goes to prove that she is correct. She questions. But you think questioning is a good thing, right? If you're put under pressure, questioning is a good thing, except why is she questioning? She's questioning to prove she's right. When Minnie is placed under pressure, she needs to be right. So she pushes. Right? What does Minnie do? She pushes. She forces an answer. How does Chizuru react in contrast to being pressured? Immediately surprised. A little caught off guard. Fair enough. Immediate reaction. How does she respond to when Minnie says what here? She blushes. She has a hard time saying it. But she's communicating it in her own way. So she actually becomes incredibly honest. When Chizuru is placed under pressure, she becomes incredibly honest, to the point that it shows on her face. Now, Minnie is gaining momentum. What does Minnie do? She pushes harder. Right? How does Chizuru react to even more pressure? Again, honesty. She just says what's honestly happening. So, what just happened here? When Chizuru is placed under pressure, she becomes more honest. When Minnie is placed under pressure, she becomes more in denial. Why does Minnie push here? She doesn't want to deal with the pressure. She doesn't like it. She has to be right. So in this moment, because of the pressure Minnie created, you learn more about Chizuru and more about Minnie. You saw who they really were. Chizuru, the actress, when put under pressure, is incredibly honest. And Minnie, the cosplayer and YouTuber, when put under pressure, falls under denial. She pushes. She forces. She needs things to be the way she wants them to. And she shouts it out in public. Right? When there is pressure, Minnie doesn't speak calmly. She shouts it in public. She closes her eyes. She turns a blind gaze. She would rather not face what is in front of her, literally turning away. She would rather not face what is in front of her. She would rather turn away and ask Chizuru these questions with her eyes closed. Whereas Chizuru keeps her eyes open. Chizuru willfully puts herself in a position of pressure. Chizuru knows she's going to be pressured here. She willfully puts herself in a position of pressure, knowing full well what awaits her, and she's okay with it. Chizuru willfully puts herself in a position where she can look like a clown, and she's okay with it. It shows you how unfathomably honest she is. She's a really, really honest person. You think she's not because you want to be convinced Chizuru is not honest. She's really, really fucking honest. And that's why, like, when people are like, oh my God, Chizuru's such a liar, I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about her. Clearly you don't. You don't know this fucking character. You're as illiterate as half of the fucking Chainsaw Man people. Chainsaw Man fans are illiterate. You heard it from me first. Now, this isn't to say Chainsaw Man is bad. I'm just saying the fans are illiterate. That or they're, elitist, judgmental people. And it's like, yeah, okay, sure. So, okay, here's my thoughts on the latest Chainsaw Man chapter. It was good, but it was also just kind of okay. And everyone on the internet is either on like two sides of the extremes. It's either like, it's the worst thing fucking ever, or it's the greatest thing fucking ever. And I'm just like, it's pretty good. I think it's a nice compliment to part one, but it's not like the greatest thing in the universe. I think there's a lot of really cool, subtle, hidden details in there. And if you enjoy these subtle details, you would really appreciate Chainsaw Man. But from a story structure, I could see why some people may not immediately appreciate Chainsaw Man because, it doesn't have the things that the other part had. But I think that works well for what Chainsaw Man is now. And I think in some ways, Fujimoto, right? Fujimoto is the guy who's writing. I was going to say Akasaka. That's like two different people. The way Fujimoto's writing is really interesting. We're going to stop here. I'm not going to get into Super Chainsaw Man stuff, but just thought I'd share that. Anywho. Okay. Now, I'm going to read some of the YouTube comments. There was an interesting comment the other day, or I saw it this morning, I think. There's like a really interesting comment, and it was some people are like questioning my theory, and I don't mind. That's okay. But I already have like answers to some of the theory stuff, so I want to respond to the comment. So, Greed 5 over here says, I'm gonna move this here. Greed 5 over here says, about your theory that she would quit acting on July 11th. Would she for sure? Because in chapter 179, she explicitly said that it wouldn't be a problem, that having someone there by your side supporting you, what could top that? Plus, an actress doesn't hide anymore, and it's good having the stability. We know that the current situation doesn't bring her stability as she is distracted by the thought of Kazuya, but it doesn't prevent her from acting in a long run. On the contrary, it could bring her the comfort she seeks and acknowledge to be with Kazuya while acting, to be supported. Furthermore, I'd like to point out what seems to be another parallel to me. While Kazuya is standing still, reflecting on Chizuru's true personality and feelings yet again, Chizuru takes the lead as she is now through Minnie and Umi. It pushed Kazuya to act. Towards the light, Chizuru takes the lead towards the light, towards a tunnel just for both of them without Ruka, Minnie, Mommy, etc. Lying to the others to keep them out of their business in order to aim to be only together. After all, that was the night Kazuya thought he was the one for her. He was the one for her, or she was the one for him. Now it might be the time to be at the end of the tunnel, and for Chizuru to be certain he is the one for her, and she is for him. But hey, maybe it's a bit far-fetched. So let me elaborate on this. You think this contrast what Chizuru says? It doesn't. You think this contrasts my theory? It doesn't. What do I mean? What you said is completely correct. But do you remember what I specifically said about the theory? My theory is that Chizuru thinks she doesn't have enough time as an actress to be with Kazuya because they have so many things they need to get through, and she can't date him like he wants, and he is entrusting his dream to her, and he's not giving up. In some ways, what Kazuya is doing, without realizing, nor does Chizuru perceive it this way, is forcing Chizuru into a certain kind of relationship. The answer is that. Yes, the answer is that having someone there by your side supporting you, what could ever top that? Except, Chizuru feels guilty for Kazuya's support, doesn't she? He will endlessly support her without a care in the world, never considering his future or any of that stuff. So what's Chizuru gonna do? Like I said, she would sacrifice acting, not because this answer is contradictory to that, but because this answer seemingly doesn't work. Right? Because not because it's wrong or it doesn't work, like because she can't create the time. This is what she would prefer. The problem is that she's clearly being pushed into a relationship and it's not working, so she's going to sacrifice one thing to do the other thing. And her reasoning would be, well, this is my last hurrah. I did the thing I wanted to do. I can let it go now. That's why I'm saying that doesn't, what you're saying doesn't contradict my theory. If anything, what you're describing is the solution. If anything, Reiji wanting us to read those chapters in the Odaiba date, where Reiji regularly references those chapters, is literally Reiji telling us that is the solution that they will eventually come to. But right now, we're going in the opposite direction. We're doing the opposite of the right thing. Right? So that's the point. And I do agree with you that Chizuru is taking the lead with Minnie. Chizuru is confronting Minnie, knowing what Minnie wants. This is also meant to, in some ways, if you think about it the way you just described it, it does ultimately kind of parallel what happened between Umi and Chizuru. Because Chizuru texts Umi to meet up, they meet up, and Chizuru rejects him. Right? Now, Minnie calls Chizuru to meet up, and Chizuru goes to meet up with her. It's almost like when Kazuya called Chizuru, he could have just met up with her just like that. And that is contrasted by Sumi, who Kazuya just calls out of the blue. They haven't spoken in a long time, and he just schedules a date. And there's no issues, and it works for both of them. That contrast between how Minnie can just casually meet Chizuru during her play is perfectly in line with how Kazuya should have just approached Chizuru. Minnie is quite literally, yet again, doing exactly what Kazuya should have done. Except for all the stupid questioning. Kazuya should have just met Chizuru. He should have just talked to her. Instead, what did we see? Kazuya sits down and talks to Minnie, and then Minnie goes and sits down and talks to Chizuru. A repeating motif that we saw many, 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 many times in the past. Whether it was during the 3-month time skip, the cohabitation, or even Kazuya and Chizuru and Minnie going out to drink. Right? What was this a reference to? Did you guys remember what we said last chapter? We said that last chapter, Minnie and Chizuru are going to drink, and Minnie specifically references the Royal Hill refugees, the exact same word she used when they went out drinking. And what do you know? Chizuru directly references that and tells you that was the answer to the kiss. It's almost like me picking up on the fact that that was relevant to this was actually important. Reiji wanted you to think about that chapter because that chapter was the answer to what was going to happen here. Because what did Minnie do then? She forced Chizuru to conform, and Chizuru fought back and didn't like it. Now, what do you see happening? Chizuru keeps bending the knee. That chapter is incredibly relevant to this one. Back then, when Minnie tried to force Chizuru to do things, Chizuru resisted. Actively fought Minnie. No, I disagree with you. Then suddenly, one thing Minnie said happened to work akin to how she imagined, so she just gives up her autonomy to Minnie. She actively bends the knee now. She keeps resisting. She keeps letting go. So while we thought Chizuru was maybe resisting in chapter 390, what if in reality that was Chizuru bending the knee? A lot of people are theorizing we'll follow Chizuru for a while. Don't think so. Doubt it. There's a possibility. Depending on how things play out, we may follow Chizuru a little more. But I kind of doubt it. Because Chizuru is the mystery. If we follow Chizuru, we may learn more things, which we shouldn't be. Chizuru is in part the mystery. So it feels like we will cut back to Kazuya. After a little bit, like maybe one more chapter or 2 more chapters, and we cut back to Kazuya. That just kind of makes a lot of sense to me, because that's kind of how Reiji has been structuring it. What Reiji does is that we follow Chizuru a little bit, we get some more context about Chizuru, but we don't get full context, and then we flip it. We come back to Kazuya, and then suddenly that information we were presented with Chizuru contrasts what's going on with Kazuya. And Reiji uses this to deconstruct the characters. Until Chizuru sees Kazuya with a girlfriend. Huh? Are you talking about... what? Are you talking about Mommy or Ruka? I don't know what that means. Unless you're referring to that whole sequence in the very beginning in chapter 386... where that dude was talking about like that whole cheating bullshit. Any of them will do. But that's the thing. Chizuru won't assume any of that stuff. She has faith in his feelings. But, for instance, let's say Chizuru sees Kazuya with Mommy. She would freak. Why? Mommy is trouble. Bro, Mr. Supervisor, do not make me ban you. Do not make me ban you. Do not come in here and tell me the author finally fucking did something. Also, please learn to spell. Finally, the author did something good. Well, I'm sorry, you clearly don't realize what the fuck is happening in this chapter because this is not giving you what you think it is. Like, sorry, dude. Every time people come in here and they're like, oh my god, I'm finally getting what I wanted, when the author's literally criticizing you for this. Minnie is the voice of the readers, and she forced Chizuru to give her an answer. I'm not going to do this again. If you're interested, watch the rest of the stream. I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to engage. Please do not say that stuff in my chat. If you're here to pick a fight about not enjoying this manga, do that with someone else. I like this manga. I don't give a shit. Cool, cool. Have a nice day. Don't care. Okay. Let's go to Mute. Let's go to what Mute had to say. Alrighty, let us start with Mute's analysis. Should be interesting. It feels like some Japanese fans are starting to like see what the hell I'm talking about. Sometimes they think I'm like overcomplicating it, and then I explain my side of the story, and they're like, oh shit, you kind of have a point though. And I love it when I do that. I love when that fucking happens, where I'm just like, ayo, no, I think you're misinterpreting what I said. And then I explain, they're like, oh, okay. You got a point. Cool. That stuff's fun. Okay. Alrighty. The theme of the installment is From Investigating to Realization. This is the episode where Chizuru, who has always put off concluding her feelings for Kazuya by labeling them as under investigation, finally conveys her true heart to a third party. Didn't she already do that with Umi? What? Didn't she already do that with Umi? What? That already happened with Umi. What? In chapter 242, Kazuya said that Minnie is wrong about Chizuru, so maybe there is hope about him getting free from her advice. No, so the whole point was that initially Kazuya could argue with Minnie. Now he can't. In fact, now Kazuya thinks the same exact things as Minnie. If you remember in chapter 240, what does Minnie tell Kazuya? Minnie tells Kazuya, you should have told Chizuru you love Chizuru Ichinose. What did Kazuya say last chapter? Literally, last chapter, what did Kazuya say? I'm not in love with Chizuru Mizuhara. Chizuru Ichinose is the one I love. Please be mine. He says, I don't think it's the problem, and yet he starts leaning towards actually going that direction. And then he imagines how Chizuru might react. What? My name? Do you think changing what you called me would solve everything or something? I don't really get it. Wow. I've never been more disgusted. Suddenly, he starts thinking similar things to Minnie. Calling her Chizuru Ichinose. And then he gets freaked out about how Chizuru might react, when in reality, him changing what he calls her might help. Him changing what he calls her might help. Him saying, I love Chizuru Ichinose wouldn't do anything. Him calling her Chizuru or Ichinose might actually help. And yet, he doesn't like that. Oh no, what if she hates that? Dude, stop reacting to what people say. And he's not going to. I say that, like, I'm saying that to you guys. don't react to the world around you. Do not try to conform to the world around you, because this is what Kazuya is doing. He's trying to conform and be liked, right? And his desperation to be liked, he's not getting what he wants. Here, one sec. I like wrote a thing. Let me pull it up. Wow, this thing's really slow today. What the hell? Right, so basically what Kazuya is doing is downplaying what he feels to avoid rejection. He's shrinking before he shrinks when anyone asks him something, and he's not. He's you know how Chizuru says she likes how considerate he can be. Kazuya is not being considerate. That's not what he's doing, right? Chizuru says she loves his consideration, but in that kind of instance, he's not being considerate. He's abandoning himself in advance. That's kind of what he's doing. He's literally abandoning himself in advance. He knows what he wants to do, but he's like, what if they react this way, so I'm not going to do it, right? Right, so it's constant self-monitoring. That's kind of literally what it is. It's just constant self-monitoring, and it's draining him of his identity. It's draining him of who he is, because he's constantly monitoring himself to fit how other people would want. And literally, he's preparing for rejection, right? So it doesn't happen. He's trying to avoid the rejection, right? So instead of influencing the room, he's kind of letting the room edit him. Instead of influencing people, he's letting people edit him. So yeah, just kind of wanted to share that. Okay. Him changing what he calls her means he actually got the help, so he can call her that, if you ask me. What? No, I doubt it. All Kazuya wants is to have someone tell him what he's doing is good. That's why he's going for advice, not because he actually needs help on what to do. That's nonsense. Kazuya needs help, and it's good that he's reaching out for help, but what he's doing is not that. Last time when Chizuru said, on my way home from work, it wasn't referring to her rental girlfriend job but the theater rehearsal, so she was too busy to have time for rental girlfriend work, right? Chizuru refers to Kazuya not as that guy, but as him. It's a way of speaking that feels like there's a bit of a distance, but it's a flip side of her being concerned about Kazuya. Oh yeah, in Japanese, she said him. I think she said like Karashi or something, or no, what did she say? Chizuru, what did... Wait. It's right here. I think it's... So I think that's it right here. Translate. That person. So I'm assuming that's what she used to call him, that person. And here she says this. Oh my, did she use Karashi? Holy shit. Wait, did she actually use Karashi? Oh my god, she did. Oh my god, she did. So Chizuru refers to him as Karashi. So this is the word Chizuru used right here, which means boyfriend or him. She referred to Kazuya as him, not as that guy. Before she would refer to him as that guy in Japanese, now she refers to him as him. That is a change in Chizuru's dialogue in the text that won't be conveyed to you. That's a good catch. It's a slightly distant way of speaking, but it's actually a sign that she's thinking about him. Okay. Let's use deep L. I'm not going to use the translations from Twitter anymore because they're kind of bad. Sumi-chan was set up for not to know Kazuya's contact details, wasn't she? The important point here is that Sumi-chan isn't trying to come between Chizuru and Kazuya. Even though she could ask Chizuru for Kazuya's contact details and reach out directly, she's trying to get Chizuru to relay the message to Kazuya. It's very Sumi-chan to respect Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship like that. Right? That's something you can definitely see. Sumi respects Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, whereas Minnie kind of doesn't. She goes behind certain people's backs. She went to talk to Chizuru behind Kazuya's back. She doesn't know that they're meeting. Right? The sangria Chizuru ordered is a Spanish drink made with red wine, fruit sweetener, and spices. It was a lower alcohol content than wine, a fitting choice for Chizuru, who was a stage rehearsal ahead of her. Chizuru's question to Yamori, who was staring at her face, "Is there something on my face?" was a rather cliche way of asking. Yeah, but it's literally the thing Chizuru used to say to Kazuya when they were on their dates. That's another thing I totally forgot about. Like, on their dates, Kazuya would always stare at her, and she'd be like, "Is there something on my face?" I doubt anyone would say such a thing in the Ryowa era. In other words, Chizuru sensed that Yamori seemed to want something and probed her about it. Yeah, that makes sense. Just as Yamori-san hesitated, thinking the matter she wished to ask Chizuru might be a landmine, Chizuru herself brought up the topic of kissing. I believe this was because she too wanted to discuss something. This leads to the subject of the bomb disposal war film Hurt Locker. The film won the Academy Award in 2010. Okay. Chizuru refers to it as the marital showdown because the directors nominated at the time, James Cameron of Avatar and Catherine Bigelow of The Hurt Locker, were formally married. This naturally prompted the question 2010. The year within the work itself remains unstated. Okay. The series began in 2017, so it should be set in 2019 now, but I suspect that the setting is closer to the present day to avoid historical research. This would make the film 16 years old, a topic from when Chizuru was 5, making a retrospective comment. The year's Academy Awards are incredible, seem odd if the story's set in 2019, but I think it would be fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Reiji kind of gave up on the time thing. He's just like, fuck it. I'm gonna make it whatever time I want. That said, since Chizuru is an actress and a film buff, it's safe to assume that she's seen any film that won the Academy Award, even if it's not in real time. Yeah, that is true. Okay, the kiss in the taxi wasn't Chizuru's answer to Kazuya, but rather the final investigation. Unexpected revelation. If it wasn't the sure win, then the answer hasn't been given yet. Chizuru blushing in silence is practically her answer, but you can't trust it unless you hear it from her own lips, can you? See what I mean? See what I mean? People can't believe her. Conversely, at this point, Chizuru has a stage performance coming up and is busy, while Kazuya hasn't confessed either. So they aren't dating yet. The assumption is that they would start dating after the performance if they went on a date and Kazuya confessed. But Kazuya hasn't settled things with Ruka. There's no doubt Ruka's presence will become an obstacle going forward. Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair guess. The final panel being flipped upside down is according to Johan. Hey! Hey! Thank you! I got a shout out, bro! Oh, that's cool. I got a shout out. An homage to the line, even if heaven and earth were reversed to turn upside down, Chizuru would never date Kazuya in episode 2. I see what he means. So heaven and earth turned upside down because Chizuru said she'd date him. I didn't know he saw that. Oh, sweet. I wish he tagged me. I would have appreciated it more, but whatever. I would have liked to know I was called, you know, be like, hey, thank you, but whatever. I don't know. I think I'm just an attention whore. I'm gonna just admit it. I think I'm an attention whore. I know what I am. As the proactive caption states, just a hypothetical scenario. Conversely, it could very well be a plausible one. Viewing this panel upside down suggests that Chizuru's feelings are hidden inside, becoming reality. But reality is literally warped. See, this is what's interesting about this. So this is what's interesting about that final page. When you look at this final page, is this reality? Reality is literally flipped over. So is this becoming reality, or is reality losing its meaning? Right? Is this actually reality, or is reality losing its meaning? The world literally flipped over. So it has a double meaning. And I think it's fascinating to me that people aren't catching that it has this double meaning. The world quite literally flipped over. In a good way, and arguably in a hidden bad way you're not considering, right? It all turned upside down. So now you no longer have a footing. Everything is wrong, right? This everything you've perceived is wrong. So you don't understand what you're looking at. I think that is a hidden motif people aren't like recognizing. It's not simply the world. It's not simply these things are becoming reality. It's that reality itself is warping. The innocence of beginnings. So what was previously an investigation became a reset of their relationship once they decided to be together, returning to that innocence of beginnings. It's a bit unclear, isn't it? Innocence of beginnings. I thought it was inexperience. Okay, what did this person have to say? No, I didn't. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. Work with me a little bit. I just wanted to translate it. Oh, I fucking hate Twitter. Stupid site doesn't work. This garbage website does not work. Okay, are you done having your temper tantrum? Thank you. Hello, it's always very interesting to read these comments. Chapter 113, as you mentioned, leaves the impression that Chizuru is being very sincere towards Minnie, that she doesn't know what to do about the current situation and is seeking help. Oh, he's talking about the time. Is there something on my face? Is a classic line from a film of dramas and templates for hiding embarrassment. Given Chizuru's old-fashioned nature, it might actually suit her. As Chizuru was also troubled by Kazuya, Monsieur Mori's invitation may well have been a godsend. Yeah, so Chizuru did say, like, a classic line from, like, dramas and TV shows, which makes a lot of sense because Kazuya always does that. I think Chizuru said that to Kazuya, like, many times in the past. Which I think in of itself shows how innocent Chizuru is. Like, that line, is there something on my face? Like, I think that in of itself shows how innocent Chizuru actually is and how Minnie doesn't see that. It's, like, literally all in front of you. The world's POV or the reader Minnie's POV flip. Everything flipped. Our world flipped. The line is a reference to how the world flipped from the beginning of the series, where you thought they would never be together. That's how they perceived it. And we, as the reader's world, flipped. Everything we understood is wrong. That is what Reiji is trying to convey in that cover. Everything you know is wrong. You know so very little. There is so much to learn. You know nothing. You know nothing. Those who know nothing and understand nothing. Every light must fade, every heart return to darkness. I'm sorry. I love that line too much. It's such an edgy fucking line. I love it too much. When I saw the final panel, just like Sumi-chan was received Kazuya's email, I was, lately the 5 heroines have been appearing in such a well-balanced way. I couldn't be happier. Right? It feels like we're almost returning to our roots, and that feels intentional. The phrase, I think we could date, is based on a certain ideal where there are truly no constraints whatsoever. In reality, there are still various obstacles, so they're not dating yet. Even if I could resolve my relationship with Ruka, even if Kazuya could resolve his relationship with Ruka-chan, whether they could actually date is a separate matter. Conversely, what exactly would need to be achieved for them to start dating? Kazuya himself doesn't understand what it needs to be in what it's needed to be in a relationship. He says he only sees superficial things like working out or getting his license, which are rather pointless. I don't think he can date anyone until he settles things with Ruka, but if he tries to settle it, she might expose his outbursts. It's quite tricky. No, I don't think so. I think he can resolve Ruka with Chizuru. It's something they can resolve together. The thing I disagree with for the most part is that he can't get into a relationship with Chizuru while the whole Ruka thing is running. I don't think so. He can. The thing is, they just need to resolve it together. That's what that means. You resolve it together. The superficial stuff, Chizuru doesn't know about that. Chizuru doesn't know Kazuya's trapped in all this superficial horse shit. So that's a whole other ball game of, oh boy, where do we even go from here? Let's see here. I always thoroughly enjoy your analysis. Both Mute and Johan's brilliant insights leave me in awe. Thanks. Oh, woo. Thank you. Woo. I've been puzzling over why the final background was inverted, so that's clearing things up nicely. What developments lie ahead? I'm looking forward to seeing how various issues Ruka and Mami are resolved. Continue looking forward to your analysis. Yeah, this guy like always likes my posts. He's really nice. Thank you ever so much. Given the manga analysis is a niche genre with limited engagement, hearing such kind words is truly encouraging for my writing. What will become of Ruka and I was gonna say Ruka and Ansem. I was gonna say Ansem because of the S. Ruka and Mami's relationship. There won't progress no matter how things are settled. Blah blah blah. Okay, nothing too crazy. Let me see if there's anything here. Ansem, seeker of darkness. I'm sorry. I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan. I'm sorry. If it helps, I can be just as critical of the games as anybody else. Just trying to see if there's like any interesting posts on here. Nothing crazy at the moment. Yeah, it does kind of blow that like it is a bit niche. That the analysis like isn't a big thing these days because it's so interesting. I love reading analysis. Bro, I'm the type of person who loves like if someone made like an analysis video and that shit was long as fuck, if that shit's fire, I will watch. Like if that person put an effort in and they're not just recapping, if they're not just like fucking recapping the story for me for the most part and like actually putting in real analysis and like exploration and shit, I don't care how you do it. I will watch, dude. I've watched like 2-hour plus videos. I watched this 2-hour plus video talking about like the fucking, what is it? The Devil May Cry anime. And that shit was fire. If you want to know why I fucking despise the Devil May Cry anime, by all means, like, I'll pull that video up. Please watch it. Devil May Cry anime. We won't watch this video. It's too long. It's 2 hours long. But this guy, check this out. This video is fire. This video is really fucking good and like perfectly captures why I despise this fucking anime. It's actually kind of garbage, right? And why I hate Eddie Shankar. I fucking hate Eddie Shankar. No more tabs. Oh, it's just because I moved one tab over. All those tabs are still there. They're just not open. I just go to my history and click open. But yeah, no, I fucking hate Eddie Shankar, dude. Nope. Do not fall for this dude's crap. He sucks. Anywho, sorry. Did not mean to. What's the channel name? It was right there. It was Fox something. It's Foxcade. Foxcade. I don't watch many of their videos. I only mostly saw this one. I don't know if I've seen any of their other videos. I just like this particular video just to show you an example of like I love long content if that long content is like meaningfully thought out and like actually trying to do something instead of just recapping the fucking story for me. I really, really hate that kind of content where they're just recapping shit for me. I don't give a shit, you know? There you go, Johan. I just deleted those bots for you. What bots? We had bots? Are you talking about these people who are here? How do I get rid of them, actually? Wait, how do I get rid of these bot things? Weird. Because they're still there on my end. Anywho. Okay. So, I guess what's left is Reddit. Oh yeah, take a shot of Johan mentioning Kingdom Hearts every Kanokari stream. We will be in the grave. Jeez. I mean, this one is special because it's like, it's so in line with Ansem's line that like, I can't help it. So it's just this time, but I don't do it regularly. It also doesn't help that I'm currently playing Kingdom Hearts. Not just on stream. I'm like currently playing Kingdom Hearts 3 again for the first time, or kind of for the first time. Like I haven't touched the game since 2019 when it came out. So it's been like a while. It came out in 2019, right? Kingdom Hearts 3. When did Kingdom Hearts 3 release? When did this release? It released in 2019. Remind. When did Remind come out? That would have been the last time I touched the game. Remind came out in 2020. The last time I touched the game was 6 years ago. So I hadn't touched this game in 6 fucking years. Okay? So I was playing it again, and, you know, I have a lot of thoughts. It's pretty fun. I think it kind of blows that, like, the game is more, it kind of blows that the game at times can feel more like flashiness than substance. Like, it really feels like they prioritize how flashy everything looks over the actual encounter scenarios. Even on critical mode. Like, critical mode, I think, helps the game a lot, because it actually feels like you can fucking die. And so that was kind of fun, but there did get a point where, like, I kind of wasn't really dying anymore because I leveled up and I built up my stats and my keyblades are busted and I know what foods to eat to make myself stronger. So, like, things were just not as hard anymore. And, like, I felt that a lot in Remind, because when I played Remind and you can play the other characters, holy shit, I was getting murdered. And then I would switch to Sora and I would just mollywop the bosses. And I was only like level 60. I'm either level 60, I'm level 67. Damn it. I'm level 67. And literally, I'm not dying to anything. And I don't feel the need to actually, like, do much. And it sucked because when you play the other characters, it was a little fun, but it felt a little streamlined. Where it's like, I have to just block and attack and block and attack and block and attack. And that was pretty much all the boss fights were when put in such a heavy scaling level, and it kind of felt lame, you know? Like there's a cool sequence, there's a cool fucking sequence where you play as other characters. And their mechanics are shit. They look so flashy when you're pressing the X button and they're doing things. And yet I can't do that because the bosses hit me twice and I die. So most of the bosses devolve to block and hit, vulnerable boss, hit them a little bit, block and hit. And when I got to the final boss in the DLC, I couldn't do it anymore. Because I was just like, I have to do this the entire boss. This sucks. And my kit is too limited, so I just gave up and switched to Sora, and I murdered this poor fool. I like melted this poor fool's health bar. And I think that's such a bad sign of like how the gameplay isn't that great in certain aspects. I'm currently getting to the super bosses, and I remember those being fun as fuck because they actually like made the designs around not just blocking, but like actually maneuvering, moving around. You can interrupt the bosses mid attacks and certain things like that. I think the problem is how limited your kit is when you're playing those side characters. And even then, it's still designed somewhat around the flashiness rather than like the actual combat, so it gets shot in the foot a little bit. Sorry for getting into all Kingdom Hearts and stuff. I just kind of want to like vent about that a little bit. I think Kingdom Hearts 3 is a game absolutely filled to the brim with potential. The worlds are actually awesome. Ironically, the only world I really didn't like all that much was Big Hero 6. That's the only world I wasn't that crazy about because it just kind of felt flat compared to all the other worlds. The story is okay. I think the final portion of the story is really rough because so much is like fucking crammed in there. But like for what it is and what it does for the characters, it is good. I wish there were things that they did that would have been more awesome. Like I wanted to play as the Lingering Will. That would have been so fucking peak. That would be so fucking... I wanted to play as the Lingering Will. That would have been so fucking cool. Don't get to do that. But other than that, the boss fights are pretty cool. There's a lot of interesting hidden details. I think Remind helps the story a lot. And it feels like that's how the story should have ended. It's like they knew how it should have ended, so they made Remind, and they're like, here you go, this is how it should have ended. We know this is what you wanted. So that was cool. And all the secret bosses are sick as fuck. At least in the DLC. In the base game, there's only one secret boss, and I beat him at level 50. With my base Keyblade, mind you. Like, I figured that bitch out a little too fast. And I was questioning if I'm actually good at video games because I'm beating this fucker on critical mode. What's the hardest boss you fought in Kingdom Hearts? The Lingering Will. Kingdom Hearts 2, the Lingering Will. This motherfucker is a nightmare. No. Actually. The Lingering Will is the one I remember the most. The worst boss in Kingdom Hearts. And I say this like with all of my feelings. It's the mysterious figure in Birth by Sleep. This boss is the fucking worst. Because he's actually horrendously designed. I'm gonna just show you what this is like before we get back to business. No. This boss is horseshit. Also, if you played it on PSP, it's worse. On PSP, I would argue one of the hardest bosses in PSP is No Heart. No Heart is from the... So Kingdom Hearts gets these releases called Final Mix. Final Mix is basically the completed version of the game. Final Mixes did not release in the United States until we got the games ported on like official consoles. So I played the Final Mixes like in Japanese version on my PSP. And there was a boss called No Heart that they added in for Birth by Sleep. On PSP, this boss is a fucking nightmare. It's really hard to fucking play this fast on a PSP. So this boss is really rough. This boss is called the Mysterious Figure. He's the boss that fucked everybody up, period. Whoops. Yeah, no, so this boss is... Like, just listen to the music. Just listen to the music. Like, this boss is the fucking worst. Okay, so this person knows the strategy for fighting this boss. I'm dying. The strategy for fighting this boss is only a single fucking strategy. You do not try to beat this boss fair and square, because you will lose. The strategy is you use an ability called Thunder Surge and an ability called Fire Surge, and you have a Kyuraga. Why? Because this boss has an AI that adjusts to what you bring to the fight. And depending on if you bring really stupid shit, the dude will just use Doom. And Doom is broken. You will just die. I'm gonna just play it. Just look at this shit. He's already about one hit and he'll die. Okay, that tornado, if it hit, you lost all your abilities and you have to go and collect them. That move on the PSP, in the PSP, that move, if you got hit by it, you can't escape. And if it hit you, he would like deal a fuckload of damage to you, stun you, and then kill you. Oh, this guy's so lucky. What the fuck? He got the best version of his AI. What the fuck? Horseshit. Horseshit. He got so lucky. Oh my god, this is bullshit. He's so lucky. Okay. This guy's getting lucky. He's not getting the bullshit strats. The boss can do shadow clones, and they're all they're literally just him. And they're just as aggressive. He can turn invisible. He can shoot orbs of light that surround you and just constantly fucking hit you as he's comboing you to fucking death. He can cast meteor, he can cast flare, he can use tornado. Like, he's not doing any of this shit to this guy. This dude's so lucky. Oh, and just to add on more to this, if you hit this boss too much, if you're too aggressive and you hit him too much, he will stop time, heal, and then hit you. Oh, there he is. He went invisible. And when he's invisible, you can't target him. He used flare that hit the entire field. As you can see, this person's rolling a lot because rolls have infinite iframes. So that's why they're rolling so much. Literally, the entire thing for this boss is roll for your life. Look at this, it's just roll, roll, roll. This looks like fucking Dark Souls. And that's it, he won. So dumb. So dumb. He got like the best version of his AI. He got so lucky. He got the best version of his AI. That was so dumb. Anyways, back to Kanokari. I know. I just wanted to bitch about the mysterious figure. I'm sorry. I fucking hate the mysterious figure, okay? What a horribly designed boss. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to bitch about the mysterious figure. I apologize. Okay, someone posted something here. Johan, I feel like the teaser might be Sumi and Kazuya. Yep. Well, no, because Kazuya isn't meeting Sumi until the 17th, or did you forget? Look, right now in the story, it is the 7th. We got the date, the last chapter, it was the 7th. Kazuya isn't meeting Sumi until the 17th. That's 10 days. So I have a theory we're not going to see Sumi until chapter 420 or something. Like when the anime airs. Like there's a real chance we're not going to see Sumi until the anime airs. That's how long it's going to take. So my theory is that maybe Sumi might address some of Kazuya's feelings in regards to like the bad side of himself that we're going to see with chapter 218, which is this like part of his self-loathing, because Sumi has her own self-loathing. So I think maybe what's going to happen is that like the Sumi thing is going to happen alongside chapter 218, and then Reishi's going to explore this element of self-loathing. We're not actually going to have to see the characters have sex. Shocking, as much as I would want that, I don't think we're going to see Sumi nearly as soon as we think we are. We might. I could be wrong. We might. But considering how far away it is, I don't know what to think. You know? Considering how much time there is, I don't know what to think. Granted, we did have somewhat of a time skip, because it skipped from the 18th when Kazuya moved out to June. So that was 2 weeks. So we essentially skipped 2 weeks. So we might skip another 2 weeks, but I don't know. And then also like counters the 3-week theory, right? Remember, we had this theory that like this is going to end in 3 weeks because of the reference to Steins Gate. And the whole Sumi thing would run kind of counter to that. Because if we go to the 17th and we're already around the 3-week mark, that means we would already been a month since Kazuya moved out. Unless the 3 weeks started when Kazuya changes, it would still be. No, that doesn't make sense. And then we skipped Kazuya's birthday too. Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. Yeah, the 17th is kind of a big jump. Yeah, this kind of throws everything for a loop. Similar to how in the earlier in what do you call it? Similar to how in the end of the chapter, Chizuru saying what she says throws everything for a loop. So I think this is pretty much similar to that. Like this throws everything we understood for a loop. Especially just Kazuya just calling up Sumi. That's weird. He hasn't done rental in nearly 200 something plus fucking chapters. The last time he met Sumi in rental was like chapter 1 something. It was like 150 something. It was forever ago. He met Sumi during Chizuru's birthday, but he hasn't done rental for... When was the last time he did rentals? It was chapter 239. Okay, I can't count. What's 239 minus 413? I'm not good with numbers, okay? I'm sorry. I can admit when I can admit when I'm a failure. I'm not good with numbers. 239 minus 413. It's been 174 chapters since Kazuya has done rental. Since he went on a date with Sumi, or he's done rental with Sumi. Last time Kazuya was on a rental date with Sumi was chapter 157. Whatever, I'll just enter it up here. 157, 156. 257 chapters. The last time Kazuya rented Sumi was 257 chapters ago. Isn't it weird that Kazuya suddenly, calls up Sumi and rents her? That's wild. And you're not given any explanation for this. You're not given any reason for this. And I think that's fascinating. You know, he says he needs help, but you don't get like how Kazuya gets to the point of asking Sumi on a rental date. In that same way, I think you kind of don't know. No, there's something in the same way that you don't see how Kazuya got to that point. Maybe you don't see how Chizuru got to this point either, arguably speaking. Maybe. He wanted Minnie to berate him, so I guess he hopes Righteous Sumi might just do that. No. Maybe, no, he didn't want Minnie to berate him. What he wanted was to be accepted. So him going to Sumi, a person who's accepted him in the past, there you go. See how he's subconsciously going to Sumi for that reason. But it's interesting that we don't see Kazuya's reasoning at all. That's what's fascinating. He didn't want Minnie to berate him. What he wanted was to be accepted. And he didn't really get that acceptance from Minnie. She's an idiot. Maybe next chapter we get the explanation. We could. True. I just find it fascinating that this chapter frames itself in such a way that it doesn't give us an explanation. That's an interesting choice. Whenever they say go to a different side of their boss. I already know this. Yeah. Also for the so the teaser. Don't forget about the time we keep skipping, and then we skipped Kazuya's birthday too. Yeah. He wanted Minnie to justify his self-hate. That's how I felt. Subconsciously, not consciously. He wasn't doing it on purpose. Subconsciously, he did that. But what Kazuya really wants is self-hatred. What Kazuya really wants is acceptance. And Sumi can give him that acceptance. Ironically, Chizuru can do that too, but he's too afraid of facing her in fear of rejection. Whereas Sumi is a safe space. He doesn't have to worry about anything because Sumi's a rental girlfriend. She's the safe choice, right? But Chizuru, she's real. Because it's real, it's scary. You don't want to deal with anything real. That real stuff is scary. It's not because Chizuru did anything and she's not a safe space. Oh, no. Who are we kidding? Chizuru would absolutely fucking accept him. But Kazuya is terrified of something real. Okay. We're going to go here, and then we're going to go back here. Maybe I'll put some music for myself so I can relax. Turn on the radio. Would you like or Okay, music. Let's see what should I put? What should I listen to? You guys are not going to hear it. It's just for me. Edgy. I love it. I'm gonna go watching. I'm gonna watch the stream later. Take care. Okay. Varicus. Ah, yes, my favorite wall scrolls. Look at the wall scroll. My favorite. Okay. Woo, let's do this. The Steins Gate reference is still getting me, so that's why I said we may get a time skip. Yes, but the Steins Gate specifically lasted 3 weeks. And it's been 2 weeks since Kazuya moved out. Which would mean it's going to be 3 weeks soon. And if it skips to June 17th, it wouldn't make sense. That's why I'm confused. Based on the information we've been getting, it should end at the 3-week time skip. Or sorry, it should end at 3 weeks. If it jumps to where Sumi is, that would no longer be 3 weeks. That's why that's confusing. That would surpass that point. And I think we're already near that point of it being 3 weeks. If anything, you could arguably... Well, wait. The timeline it lasted 3 weeks. Technically, it's ending right now. Yeah, technically what's going... Okay, I have a theory. Hold on. Let's say you didn't have your play, you were completely free, and Master showed up here. What would you do if he confessed his feelings? It's almost like it's saying, what if this just ended right now? It's almost like it's saying, it's ending right now. That never even crossed my mind. Minnie says, hypothetically, what if the 3 weeks, quote unquote, ended right now in spirit? What if something happens here, and for some reason the what is it, the time loop ends here? I feel like something might happen here. I think Reiji flipping the world upside down here is literally Reiji ending the time loop, and we don't even realize it. Minnie speaks of a hypothetical, but remember what they said? Wait. Remember what they said? How did this not cross my mind? Okay. Right here, this text right here reads something. Let me pull it up. This text right here reads, the what if scenario. However, if we look at it from the other side, it's a likely scenario. It's almost like, what if this is the reality you're in and you don't realize it? What if this is like the time loop, whatever you want to call it, ending, and you don't realize it? What if this is ending right now and we don't even realize it? And I don't mean like they're going to talk and figure everything out, but like something is ending here. This like loop that we've had with Kazuya and Chizuru might be ending here in some way, and we don't realize it. Maybe this moment will act as an instigator for something much, much different. Just a theory. I have no basis for this. I have absolutely no basis for this, but this might low-key be foreshadowing that the entire world is going to flip, and everything we understand is going to flip on its head. And considering that's been a repeating motif of the characters, that actually makes a lot of sense, because what it's been going on with Ruka and all these other characters, everything you understand about them has been wrong. Right? You never thought Ruka would ever go this far. You never thought Mommy would be a cute girly girl. You never thought Umi might actually be supporting Kazuya. You never thought Chizuru would say she could date Kazuya right now. You never thought Minnie might be the one in the wrong this whole time. You never thought Kazuya would just randomly reach out to Sumi when he hasn't seen her in God knows how long. Do you see how almost none of this makes sense? It's almost intentional. And now the world is going to flip on its head. Next chapter is also 40414. That's all of Chizuru's numbers. What the fuck is going to happen next chapter? What? Weird. What the fuck? Give me a second. I'm going to turn on the light. That's so weird. How did that not cross my mind? That this may low-key be foreshadowing for something much, much different. You know, another thing I find interesting is Minnie's clothes. Usually Minnie's clothes signal something. But there's no reference. Maybe the 3 weeks could be Minnie escaping from the timeline. Well, wait. Minnie created July 11th. Maybe this is Minnie getting out of July 11th. Maybe this is Minnie getting out of July 11th. She's the one who created July 11th. She created this time loop. Or this timeline. Sorry, it's a timeline. So maybe Minnie escapes this illusion of the timeline. And realizes she's been wrong? And it makes sense considering Minnie is the one who started all of this. So Minnie's whole world is getting flipped on its head. What if next chapter, Minnie possibly realizes what she did wrong? That would be interesting. Or maybe comes to a realization she's been wrong? 414, death position, death. No, because 1 is just, you know, Ichi, number 1. It's the start. $144 would be the chapter to compare. What happens in chapter 144? Oh. It's Minnie. Wait, I remember this. Somebody lost their virginity. Time to celebrate, baby. Chill out. You don't need to be shy about it. And wow, what a woman to lose it to. Oh. Aren't you going to invite me in? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You didn't do her? Mizuhara hears. Are you kidding? Oh my god. She's talking about sex. What are the odds? She thought Kazuya and Chizuru did it. What are the odds? You made some kind of progress, right? Master, you're like a walking emoji. Mizuhara's prim and proper thing's an issue too. It's borderline annoying, though I can guess pure is another way of putting it. Still, this is going to make things difficult, psychologically speaking, Psychologically, sleeping together like this without doing anything often ends up with just being friends. I saw it on YouTube. Oh, what are the odds? This is unfathomably relevant. And Ruka shows up in this chapter. Hold on. Hey, YouTube, what's all the whispering about? Right. September 20th. Itabashi Theater. I've already notified the backers. I just need to send out. Is Minnie gonna spill? Talking like this, it's so laid back. It's like we're partners. Ruka shows up. It's like the... What is the one thing that's not present in this chapter? The Ruka issue. It's gonna reel its ugly head. Oh my god. What are you doing here? I just happen to be in the neighborhood. I'm your girlfriend after all. It's normal, isn't it? Oh man, I already know where this is going. It's not what it looks like. We weren't trying to exclude you or anything. They were excluding Ruka. Isn't Kazuya technically being excluded right now? We all just happen to, you know, exactly, Ruka-chan, just a coincidence. Oh, by all means, no need to worry about me. Please continue whatever you're talking about. It sounded fun. Isn't this literally the Ruka issue? Hey, remember the Ruka problem that was present this whole time? You sure are having a grand old time finding out Chizuru is in love with Kazuya, or are we forgetting Ruka? Because you, Chizuru-san, you're just a rental, and Yamori-san, you're just his neighbor. I'm sure my boyfriend just loves being surrounded by cute girls, too. What's the deal, Ruka-chan? You're acting weird. Don't you, Kazuya? No honorifics. Ruka-chan. Let's go, Kazuya. She's flexing. I'm Kazuya's girlfriend, and I say if Kazuya having a good time, then I don't mind. By the way, walking out on the walkway like that, you're gonna disturb the neighbors. How about you two go back to your rooms? She pushes Kazuya in. Mizuhara-san, take off your clothes. To what now? Look, it's just a name. What did Chizuru do today? Oh my god, what did Chizuru do? What did Chizuru do? She changed how she called him in this chapter. She called him Karishi. She called him Karishi. She said him. But it can also be read as boyfriend. What if Chizuru like... Oh my god, wait. We gotta keep reading. Hold on. They're in a relationship, so it's normal. I get that, but anyways, I've got to get back to my laundry. Minnie sits outside eating. Ruka-san, Mizuhara-san's a tough cookie. She's one of those final bosses that don't take damage from physical attacks. Except, Chizuru did react. She's really gotten the wrong idea. I don't know why everyone's making such a big deal. It's just a name. It's completely normal. It's normal. Kazuya. What did Chizuru not say? What does Chizuru regularly not say? Kazuya's name. Right? In this chapter, she says Karishi. She doesn't say that guy. What if next chapter has to do with Kazuya, his name? And this is about inexperience. You literally see Chizuru's inexperience here. She blushes. What was that just now? Have you lost your mind? Kazuya, she screams it out. And then right after this, shit hits the fan. Because right after this, they go to the venue and Sayuri fucking collapses. What the fuck? Wait. That's too coincidental. That's too coincidental. Didn't we seemingly forget all about Ruka in this chapter? We got so caught up in everything. Didn't we pretty much forget all about Ruka in this chapter? Oh, sweet baby Jesus on a Mercedes-Benz. Oh, boy. And what do you... Oh, my God. How does this chapter start? Minnie in the dark. Minnie is literally in the dark. She's shopping to celebrate. Minnie is all hyped to celebrate because she just heard this news that she's super excited about. And what does she not consider? What does Minnie not consider? Right? It's great news. Chizuru likes him. Chizuru would date him. It's gonna happen. Holy shit. She's here to celebrate. Right? Because I bet you're fucking celebrating after hearing what Chizuru just said. And what are you not considering? Who is waiting there in the fucking background? Look at the problem in the background that you completely forgot about. Look at this issue about to turn its ugly fucking head. Look at this shit that's about to blow the fuck up in your face. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. And then Chizuru thinks about Kazuya's name. What are the odds? Oh, my God. Duh. What are the odds? What were we just talking about 2 seconds ago? Bro, what are the odds? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What are the odds? We were just talking about how Kazuya was trying to call her Chizuru Ichinose. And here we are. A chapter that's reversing the numbers of next chapter. And the chapter being, the teaser for it being inexperienced in love. And here is Chizuru in this chapter not saying Kazuya's name, but changing what she calls him. And then now, next chapter might be about Kazuya's name. And Chizuru having a hard time saying his name might be like in line with that inexperience. Not calling her by her real name might be a big problem, but that's a super hard thing to change. And at the same time, I don't think that's the problem either. That's why Kazuya reaches out to Sumi. And who do you see in this chapter? Why did Kazuya reach out to Sumi? Because he couldn't call Chizuru by her name. Now Chizuru is talking to Minnie. And who calls Kazuya by his name? What is the thing that's being hidden from you? Ruka. Why is Minnie here at all in the first place? That's right. She is here about Ruka. And what did Ruka have that Chizuru doesn't? Not only that physical experience, but she calls him Kazuya without honorifics. She can say his name. Oh, this is so fucking relevant. The question of whether something is real or not because the name represents who you are. And Minnie also calls him Master. She doesn't call him Kazuya. There's a parallel between Chizuru and Minnie. Minnie calls him Master. She doesn't call him by his name. Chizuru calls him him. And now she changed what she calls him. She calls him Kareshi. She doesn't call him that guy anymore. She says Kareshi. Whereas Minnie is still calling Kazuya Master. What the fuck? I think next chapter is about our ability to see Kazuya. I think so. I think next chapter might be about our ability to see Kazuya. I think so. Considering this is the two commonalities Ruka and Chizuru, Minnie and Chizuru have, and even arguably Ruka, right? How does Ruka see Kazuya? Her view of him is flawed. She doesn't properly see him. She doesn't realize he wasn't just cute there, he was hurting. How does Minnie see Kazuya? Minnie sees Kazuya as the one who made a mistake in this instance, but she idolizes him. And then you have Chizuru, who sees more than everybody else, but mostly sees through the lens of her guilt. So why does Chizuru call him and not Kazuya? I think that's going to be interesting. Chizuru, what does we have Kazuya focusing on calling Chizuru Ichinose. What if there's that focus from Chizuru to call Kazuya? So in conclusion, Chizuru is in mood to date Kazuya now. What? What? Why'd you just do exactly what Minnie just did? What the fuck? You did exactly what Minnie did in this chapter, where we're talking about something and you're like, so this is what this means, right? And I'm like, what? What? That's an interesting response. Okay. And Chizuru is shadowed here. Weird. Shadowed, hidden. Crouching down. Doesn't she look like a kid here? Chizuru sure looks pretty inexperienced here. She sure looks like a little kid here. She reacts to a name like a kid. Oh, the name is going to be so relevant next chapter. Names, inexperience, and innocence. That's going to be the big overlying theme of next chapter. And how Minnie perceives Chizuru's innocence. She's not going to understand it. She's not going to understand how Chizuru is going to react to Ruka. Ruka is going to come up next chapter. Ruka is going to come up next chapter. And what does Ruka have that Chizuru doesn't? She can say Kazuya's name. She touches him. She physically interacts with him. It's not simply the name, it's the meaning of the name. So you're saying the next chapter is about Kazuya's name? No, not quite. It's the point of the name. What does the name mean for Chizuru? What is the point of saying the name here? It's something Ruka has that Chizuru does not. It's something Ruka has that Chizuru does not. That is what this is. It's not the meaning of the name. It's not the name, it's the meaning of the name. It is something Ruka has that Chizuru does not, and Chizuru sees that. And imagines that. And then says that. So maybe next chapter, Chizuru could imagine physical relations with Kazuya. See what I mean? So I think next chapter, Chizuru might find out about the Ruka thing. It's totally possible. And her reaction to it is going to be of innocence, not what Minnie is going to imagine. Maybe Minnie will ask inexperienced. Oh my god, we might find out Chizuru never had sex or something. Minnie's going to ask Chizuru if she's ever had sex. How did I not piece it? Oh, I'm so stupid. Minnie's gonna ask Chizuru if she's ever had sex. She's probably gonna be like, she's probably gonna imply or give a clue of that she's not as experienced. And Ruka asked this of Chizuru too, right? Everybody seems to think Chizuru is like this experienced person who's probably had relations before. She fucking hasn't. Chizuru is literally inexperienced. So the next chapter is probably sex. She's probably never fucking had sex. It's just like Kazuya. And that is going to be relevant because Ruka has had a sexual experience. Kazuya has had a sexual experience and she hasn't. This also aligns with what? Minnie said something akin to this. Oh my god, it fucking all clicks together. Do you remember what Minnie said to Kazuya? She teases Kazuya about this. It'll be fine. Now you can be more prepared when it's Chizuru-san's turn. You just find out Chizuru wants to date Kazuya. She's willing to date him. Oh, look, Chizuru is also pure. She's a virgin. She's inexperienced. Isn't this suddenly starting to align to this perfect scenario of purity and innocence? Are you starting to see the problem? Minnie literally told him, now you're more ready for Chizuru in 2 more months. Now you're almost ready for Chizuru. Oh, look, you have more experience than her master. And Chizuru doesn't know about Ruka. Minnie's absolutely going to ask about Chizuru's experience. And she's going to find out Chizuru's not that experienced in that. And she's going to frame that how she wants to see it. Contrary to the chapter we were just reading, where what happens here, right? Ruka has something Chizuru does not. Minnie tells her, what does Minnie tell her to do? Take off your clothes. You're going to slip in tonight and have your way with him. Hey, doesn't this sound familiar? Isn't this literally what Ruka did to Kazuya? She sure as hell had her way with him. Do what now? It's just a name. Everybody has different honorifics. They're in a relationship, so it's normal. Dropping the honorifics is practically minimum. I don't know where you're getting these wild ideas from. Because of her distrust of men, Minnie will think and double down on not telling Chizuru. Low-key, I think Minnie has a distrust of women. Low-key. Mommy is the one who distrusts men. I think Minnie has a distrust of women. Why? Minnie surrounds herself with women. The only guy she has around is Kazuya. What does Mommy do? Mommy has a distrust of men and she surrounds herself with men. Isn't that interesting? That's a weird set of things happening. Isn't that a little weird? And if anything, I think more accurately, it's not that Mommy simply distrusts men. Mommy distrusts love. And Minnie also distrusts love. They desire... They need to prove to themselves what it is. Right? So, next chapter is about sex. Okay, that's my theory. Next chapter is about sex. Hello, how are you today? I'm okay. Yeah, next chapter is about sex, and it's going to be relevant to Ruka. Whether Chizuru finds out about Ruka or not is a whole other ball game. But considering Ruka suddenly shows up, considering Ruka suddenly comes up as a topic when you didn't expect it, yeah. Okay, let me grab some water, and then we'll read what's on Reddit. Just give me a sec. Okay, so yeah, officially that's my theory for next chapter. It is, it's going to be about sex. That's my official theory. And Ruka's going to come up somehow. Okay. I assume this refers to Ruka. The Ruka incident is what Minnie was thinking about and is what she was thinking she wants Chizuru's opinion on. I absolutely predict that Minnie's going to tell Chizuru about Ruka. As usual, I couldn't have been more off. It was Chizuru who handed Minnie the bombshell information. Chapter summary. Okay. He's doing the thing I hate, but Varicus does it in a way that's interesting. So he gets somewhat of a pass. Minnie meets Chizuru. They talk about the kiss. Chizuru reveals she made a desperate attempt to figure out her feelings. She tells Minnie that she would date Kazuya if he had confessed right now. Okay, let's see what's going to... Let's see what we get to analyze. I'm positively surprised by Minnie. Regarding the information she was looking for, she indeed just observed and concluded that Ruka didn't talk to Chizuru. It was then that Chizuru herself brought up the kiss and gave Minnie the okay to pry about it. At that point, I'd say Minnie did well trying to get the important information. Disagree, but continue. Chizuru assumes that Kazuya is busy with job hunting. She knows he was looking for an internship. She has enough time to meet Minnie, but she thinks Kazuya is too busy to meet up. Oh, that could be a part of it too. Kazuya is too busy to meet her, so she doesn't want to be in the way. No matter what Chizuru tells Minnie, she would have asked about Kazuya if she was. She wouldn't have asked about Kazuya if she wasn't curious. A quick remark about Sumi. She indeed doesn't have Kazuya's contact information, so she considers contacting Chizuru to contact Kazuya, so Sumi could give him her gift. But it turns out that Kazuya just booked a date for the 17th, exactly 1 month after the date with Chizuru. What a coincidence. Oh my god! Kazuya went on the date with Chizuru on May 17th. He's going with Sumi on June 17th. And what was the date based on? Who remembers what Kazuya based the date on? I bet none of you fucking remember. Oh my sweet... Okay, the Sumi thing is gonna be big. Okay, the Sumi thing is gonna be massive, like ginormous. Jesus Christ. Okay. Give me a sec. Oh, how did I not realize this? How does Kazuya come up with the date plan for Odaiba? The date Sumi took him on to Odaiba. A huge portion of the date with Sumi was on Odaiba. And what did Sumi do that Kazuya did not do? Kazuya didn't talk to Chizuru and make a comfortable space for her like Sumi did for him. Kazuya didn't make Chizuru comfortable. He didn't sit down and talk to her in a comfortable space. He didn't listen to her. He did the opposite of what Sumi did. I think the Sumi meetup is going to be absolutely relevant to the Odaiba date. It's going to be all about that. It's going to... If this chapter... Oh, I see now. My eyes have been fucking opened. I see now. My eyes are fucking open now. Okay. I understand, Reiji. I see you, my dude. I see you, my dude. Okay. This is literally supposed to be a nod to what Minnie is... Okay. This chapter, 413, is all about dismantling every single thing Minnie did, so you understand how she's been wrong about everything and you've completely misunderstood Chizuru. Okay? Okay. In that same way, this meeting is about exactly the same thing for Kazuya and when he did wrong on the date. The thing he cannot see. The thing he's too blind to see. He's not gonna see how he's gonna... This is about how Kazuya fucked up. And they're exactly mirrored. Why? Both of them are only 2 hours. Both of them are inherently connected. Minnie goes to meet Chizuru, just as Kazuya goes to meet Sumi. What are the odds that both of these characters who are now learning the truth and starting to learn the truth book these things for themselves? What are the odds? Isn't that weird? Isn't that trippy as fuck? What are the odds? Minnie scheduled it for 3 hours. It's only 2 hours. Kazuya scheduled it for specifically 2 hours. It's on the 17th, whereas Minnie's on the 7th. This is about that entire date sequence with Sumi, whenever it happens, is about deconstructing the entire Odaiba date. And you're going to learn exactly what Kazuya did wrong, whether Reiji spells it out or not. And that is meant to mirror this sequence. Reiji's literally telling you these two sequences are mirrored. That is the point. Oh, Reiji. Oh, Reiji, you crazy bastard. I love you. I love him. How did I not piece 2 and 2 together? I love this man. Okay. As I suspected, Sumi is the person who wants to ask for advice. It is rather short... Wait, Kazuya. What? It is rather a short date this time, but Sumi could still try to extend it to a private date. This might lead to another heartbreaking moment for her. Kazuya is the one who wants advice. I think he meant to say Kazuya here. I suspected Sumi is the person... Yes, he says he. I think he wanted to say Kazuya. And would that wake Kazuya up in the Sumi meeting? I don't know. But it might spell it out for the readers a little bit. I don't know. But if this entire sequence is about criticizing Minnie and it's in plain view and you see how Minnie can't cope with it, then that is going to be about Kazuya. Okay. Let's go to the real juicy part. Minnie has a question. A lot of questions. Minnie has questions, a lot of questions. She wants to ask about the kiss. I have to give her credit because she restrains herself and doesn't want to push Chizuru into the defensive. Oh no! She pushes. Initially, she doesn't push. The moment her worldview gets questioned, she pushes. Because if Minnie is wrong, that means there's something wrong with her. Okay. Do you guys remember what I wrote about Kazuya? I wrote something about Kazuya prior. Okay. Google Docs. There's a dog howling next to me. I don't know if you guys can hear him. He's like the neighbor's dog. Okay. Hold on. So I want to share. Okay, I wrote this about Kazuya, but it is absolutely relevant to Minnie. Let me read this to you. Okay. This is decoupling the relationship aspect from Kazuya's work. When I say work, I mean work on himself. Kazuya's love for Chizuru is an extension of himself, and without that piece, he loses who he is. Let's apply that to Minnie. Minnie's advice to Kazuya and what she believes about Chizuru, that she needs to be correct about that is an extension of herself. And just like Kazuya, where did I write it? Come on, me. And without that piece, he loses who he is. Without that piece, Minnie loses who she is. If she doesn't understand what she's talking about, she loses who she is because that means she's wrong about everything. Okay? The best example is how when Ruka questions if Kazuya would do it with Chizuru right now. And if he doesn't want to, then he must not love her as much as he thinks. You can see his confidence crumbling. When the legitimacy of Kazuya's love is questioned, his sense of self is questioned. Okay? When the legitimacy of Minnie's interpretation of Chizuru is put on question, Minnie herself, her sense of self, is questioned. She reacts exactly like him. So what does she do? She needs to be correct about the kiss. Now, I'm assuming what Varicus is talking about is Minnie hesitating to ask about the kiss here. But that in of itself is a problem because she's treating Chizuru like a bomb. So I think what he doesn't realize is that restraint shows the issue. Anywho, it's an issue Minnie herself created. Okay. She opens the conversation and invites Minnie to ask questions. She then refers to the talk at the izakaya where Minnie suggested that Chizuru should kiss Kazuya. And she reveals that she basically kissed him because Minnie said that she would learn something from that. Chizuru thinks it's a pretty lame reason, and she feels pathetic that it came so far that this was her only option. If I had to guess, Chizuru probably regrets having kissed him for that reason. A little bit, maybe. Let's look a bit closer. Chizuru promised Kazuya that she wouldn't be vague. We knew that she felt like she had to make a clear decision. So when she still couldn't find an answer at Odaiba, she ended her indecisiveness by rejecting him. Her feelings were still unclear, but her decision wasn't. She kept her promise and wasn't vague, but she was still honest about her unclear feelings and didn't intend to pretend to love him. Her goal was to give Kazuya the ability to move on. This is what Sayuri told her, but Kazuya didn't take her offer. He promised to wait for her anyway. The rejection seems rather pointless after that. Nothing had given Chizuru any clarity on her feelings. Neither the investigation, nor the month living together, nor the date. There was just one thing she hadn't tried, and that was to kiss him. She rejected the idea that she didn't think it would work, and she felt that it would be unfair to Kazuya because it could certainly give him the wrong impression. If he had kissed her himself on the date, that would have been a different story, but he didn't. But Chizuru felt like she had to do something to figure out her feelings, and the kiss was her last resort. I will still say, though, that I'm quite sure that Chizuru wanted to kiss Kazuya again ever since Hawaiians. She didn't do it because it would have been selfish and unfair to Kazuya. She had no right to do it if she wasn't his girlfriend. Yeah. He's focusing a lot more on Chizuru's analysis here. I was focusing a lot on Minnie. But he's right. But Minnie gave her the reason to kiss him, and Kazuya gave her the feelings that it might be okay to do it. She could justify the kiss. She still feels incredibly bad about it, especially since it probably didn't give her the clarity she had hoped for. Chizuru tells Minnie that she doesn't know what to do anymore. Minnie is correct here. This means that Chizuru still hasn't found her answer to her feelings. If the kiss hadn't given her clarity, she should have confessed to Kazuya. But she didn't. Instead, she's desperate enough to ask Minnie for advice. She really is out of options. Minnie doesn't want to see that. She reminds herself that Chizuru agreed to the date, so she must have an answer now. Right? So, she asks how Chizuru felt about the kiss. Chizuru doesn't answer, but her reaction shows that the kiss certainly made her feel something. The feelings the kiss evoked are not something she feels comfortable to talk with Minnie about. They might get censored if they were actually depicted. That her reaction was quite strong and the kiss had a lasting effect on her. Chizuru confirms that if there was no other outer circumstances and Kazuya was to confess to her right now, she would date him. This is quite a big revelation. It doesn't mean that Chizuru has found an answer to her feelings, but it shows that she is ready to try a relationship. If you look at it realistically, this is the only thing she can still do. She doesn't want to make Kazuya wait forever, but she can't do anything anymore to figure out her feelings before she dates him. The only thing left to do is to try it. If this was the only possible end result anyway, she might as well just do it. I want to point out that Chizuru didn't ask anything of Kazuya. There was no condition that Kazuya had to meet for her to date him. No mention that he had to be better, or that she would reject him again if he didn't meet some other requirement. Minnie hypothetically gave room for the possibility that Chizuru might decline a relationship for her own personal reasons, like the play. But that doesn't even mean she definitely would. Minnie also required in her hypothetical that Kazuya confessed, but this also doesn't mean he necessarily has to. What next? The teaser for next time is inexperienced. We could get more of Chizuru and Minnie. I almost hope we get more of them. Chizuru gave Minnie the okay to ask any questions, in a rather calm atmosphere. She should probably urge Chizuru again to talk to Kazuya, even if it means pathetic to her. Kazuya would like to hear an explanation. Minnie will only be able to tell him what she herself learned. Only Chizuru would be able to answer all his questions. But she won't, because of Ruka. What will be truly relevant is what Minnie will do with the information she now got. She will talk to Kazuya. She will give him an update on Chizuru's situation. Shouldn't she also urge Kazuya to talk to Chizuru? Isn't there enough reason to believe that a relationship will work out now? Is there really a reason to wait and not talk to Chizuru? What would Kazuya be afraid of so that he would still have to wait? Ruka suddenly becomes an excuse. Ruka suddenly is a really good excuse. There's a segment in the readers that obviously still don't understand what changed in chapter 380 until now. Well, it's a topic that's been discussed quite a bit, and we still don't have official answers to it. As I said in the other thread, I don't think this is just about the kiss itself. She wanted to kiss him at the izakaya while he was asleep, but fate intervened at that last moment and didn't happen. Fortunately, I suppose, because that wouldn't have helped her. What mattered was the context of the kiss. Special mention for the detail. If this whole hell and heaven thing is real and intentional, no one on this earth can say Reiji is a bad writer. Blah, 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 blah. And so I'm thinking back to your theory about Chizuru starting to go out with Kazuya without having feelings. She wants to be with him, but isn't able to say that she loves him. At this point in the story, I find it ridiculous that she still doesn't have her answer. No, it makes sense. I think you're essentially correct. To the outside observer like us, to patiently clear that Chizuru is in love with him, she even thinks there's a reasonable likelihood that she is. She said as much in Kazuya to 379 and reiterated later when she talked to Umi. But she wants to be absolutely certain, so she's torturing herself looking for some kind of ironclad empirical proof of a subjective emotion. I think Chizuru's parents are at the root of this issue. Recall that Chizuru's mother got pregnant with her at 19, had the baby father run away on her, and ultimately died at the age of 23. With this sequence of events hanging over her from an early age, I imagine Chizuru, whether she can articulate it or not, is highly anxious about being able to distinguish fleeting infatuation from lasting love, and terrified of the consequences of mistaking one for the other. Yeah, I mean, I've said this too. Yeah, so we can read that. Chizuru is highly anxious about being able to distinguish fleeting infatuation from lasting love, and terrified of the consequences of mistakes one for the other. Of course, here's the problem. She's so hypervigilant about not making an error in one direction that she's failed to realize she's doing so in another, and that's how we get to where we are today. Except the reason this is happening is because of guilt. That guilt is eating away at her. That's why she's so hypervigilant. She feels really guilty. She's been essentially... I think what people are missing here is that Chizuru has essentially been conditioned into believing she's a bad person. That's where the element of conformity comes into play. Conformity is a big thing in Hawaiians. Conformity is a big thing right now in the story. You literally visually see that in Kazuya's character and how he's literally trying to conform to what is traditionally attractive. He's literally changing his hair. He's trying to get buff. He's trying to get a job. All of these things are traditional forms of attractivity. Even his grandmother praises him when he changes back to his old hair. He literally conformed to what his grandmother wanted from him. In that same way, Chizuru is very much stuck in this element too. She's trying to essentially get what people consider to be the correct form of love. She's trying to find a perfect answer to love because she feels there's something wrong with her. She's been essentially conditioned. She's a bad person. How many people blame Chizuru? Look at how often we blame Chizuru for literally fucking everything. People are just kind of ignoring that. Chizuru can be more free and less hypervigilant if we remove the guilt from her, if we make her feel less like a bad person. If we just help her and listen to her and talk to her, Chizuru can find her own answer, and she doesn't need to feel so stuck. But that's the thing. Kazuya never, ever, ever fucking speaks to her. He doesn't talk to her. He doesn't help her through any of this. He never considers any of this. He never asks her, what are you feeling? What's going on through your head? What are you afraid of? He never says any of this shit. So the problem is that this analysis is correct, but it is fundamentally missing very key details, and it is that Chizuru cannot solve this on her own, because when you're stuck in your own head and no one's fucking helping you, you can't find your fucking answer. You need someone to help you. And that's the thing. Chizuru has tried reaching out for help, but she doesn't know how to articulate or ask for help because she feels like she's not allowed to. When you're conditioned you're a bad person and you can't ask for help, what do you do? Right? What do you do? She doesn't feel like she can ask for help from him. Ever. She feels like she owes Kazuya, so she's more likely to go to Minnie to ask for help than she ever is to go to Kazuya. And she doesn't have anybody that's telling her, go talk to him. She can't Chizuru always deals with shit on her own. Kazuya knows this. Minnie kind of knows this. And nobody ever helps her not deal with this shit on her own. Have you noticed that? This is a reoccurring motif. Chizuru is dealing with so much on her own. And no one is giving her the space or time to talk. The only one who really fucking did is Sumi. The only person who actually gave her a moment to fucking share her feelings and talk is Sumi. Kazuya's family was also willing. However, what does Kazuya do? He isolates her from them. He doesn't let her talk to any of them. She talks to Harumi, and she finds a little bit of clarity. She talks to Nagomi, and yeah, she feels a little bit pressured, and she feels kind of guilty. Nagomi kind of added to her guilt, but if Kazuya had helped with that, we could have avoided that entire situation. If Kazuya had helped Chizuru talk to Nagomi, Nagomi wouldn't have gone and rented Chizuru on her own. You can absolutely say this is Kazuya's responsibility, because Nagomi will act on her own. She has in the past, and she fucking always will. And that's another thing. Kazuya could have avoided that guilt that Chizuru felt in that moment had he just fucking helped her talk to Nagomi. Do you see how it consistently comes back to Kazuya? The reason I'm pinning so much weight on Kazuya's character in this instance is because he could help her through this, but he doesn't talk to her. When I say he can help her through this, you're like, well, Chizuru should tell him. I just explained to you that Chizuru literally has a hard time talking about this because she feels guilty. And she feels guilty because of Kazuya. And she's told him she feels guilty about him. And he, I think, subconsciously believes she's guilty. So he doesn't actually let her talk to him. He treats her like she's gonna explode on him at any fucking second. So he doesn't talk to her. And people are just kind of like not considering how Kazuya is the one who wants a relationship with her. Why doesn't he put in the effort to make that more, accessible for her? Make that a little easier for her. She's essentially doing so much on her own, and you're seeing how desperate she is at this point in the story that she just really, really fucking needs help. She's out of options. She's really desperate. It's so clear she's desperate. She really needs help. And Kazuya is not making it easier on her. Right? She doesn't have an answer when it comes to Kazuya. Right? But she does have an answer when it comes to this dream that's seemingly passed away being her acting. So naturally, she picks the dream. Do you see why Chizuru would pick acting like that? Because at least she knows her answer to that. She knows she wants that for certain. So she naturally picks that. And she's not going to just wait. She has to make a choice. Now, if Kazuya had helped her feel more certain about the relationship with her, she would have absolutely picked him too. When Chizuru is certain of what she wants, she absolutely commits to it. And that is literally, I think, in many ways, the point of the play. Chizuru is certain about the play. She absolutely does probably want this thing. So she wants, because she loves acting. She's not doing it for any reason. She loves acting. So she's certain about doing this play. That's why she just commits to it. She's sure about that. She doesn't need to hesitate. But Kazuya, with Kazuya, she does hesitate. She doesn't know. And he doesn't help her know. He doesn't help her learn. He doesn't take any action. He doesn't do anything. Chizuru is on her own because she never opens up to people, sadly. Okay, she does open up to people. If people actually, ask her. Sumi asks her, she opens up. She's opened up to Minnie a few times now. She opened up in this chapter. She's not on her own because she doesn't just open up to people. Nobody checks or cares. Okay. Fine. Why should I just open up to people? Why should I burden them with my problems? That's probably how she thinks. It's my problem. Why should I burden anyone with it? But then to top it off, she's been conditioned to isolate. That's the thing. Go to Hawaiians. She opens up a lot. In Hawaiians, Chizuru opens up a lot. She actually tries to talk regularly. And no one is working with her. And then mommy abuses her opening up. Do you see how Chizuru's traumatized? Chizuru opened up and got hurt a lot. And no one is recognizing how hurt she is. Yeah, Chizuru opened up a whole lot in Hawaiians, and she got burned constantly by Kazuya's family, by mommy, by Kazuya himself. No one thinks how hurt she is and how she's healing too. She doesn't not open up to people just because. She doesn't open up because they fucking hurt her. She's traumatized. She doesn't think she's allowed to open up. She feels like she's a bad person. She doesn't have friends. She has friendships. She has friends. It's just not like these super close friends. She just doesn't have like these super close friends that she talks about with everything. But she does have friends. She talks about with like, she has her college friends. Kazuya and Minnie were supposed to be Chizuru's friends. They don't seem to really focus on her all that much or ask her if she's okay or open up to her or anything. Okay, Chizuru reached out to Kazuya and Minnie. She let them in. She told them how she felt. Here you are saying she didn't open up. She did. And they don't listen or care or do anything. Let's see. The difference between deep love, and koi, infatuation. Chizuru feels but she thinks she could feel koi. No, there's this fundamental misunderstanding that there's this magical difference between and koi. There isn't. It's really dumb. I'll talk about it in a sec. Now, the problems. Totally agrees with her parents. Clearly trauma that dictates her entire daily behavior. Fear of abandonment from her father. No, Chizuru doesn't really have a fear of abandonment. I disagree with that. Kazuya does. And fear of being punished by death and abandonment by the ones she loves. She's too fearless with boys, her mother. So to avoid being abandoned, she has to find the man of her life. It's one and only, and be sure that just so she feels him as love. No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. I've explained this so... Okay, well, these people don't watch, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These people don't watch. No, it's the opposite. What Chizuru feels is fear that she's going to be like her mom. That she's going to hurt the people that she loves. That's what she's afraid of. She's going to make bad choices and hurt the people that she loves. She's not afraid of Kazuya abandoning her. He literally won't. Do you know why this argument doesn't work? Do you know why this argument doesn't work? She's alone right now. No one is here. And she's fine. She misses Kazuya, but she's fine. Okay? In the date, she rejected him. Even though she didn't want to. She made a hard decision to reject him. She didn't want to. She hates herself for rejecting him. She doesn't want to. But she did it so Kazuya would be free. She knew in rejecting him, he would end up with Ruka and it would kill her. And she did it anyway. If you have a fear of abandonment, you can't do that. You cannot do that. That would kill you. Do you think Kazuya could ever do that? Right? He can't. But Chizuru would sacrifice herself in a fucking heartbeat for the people she loves. No, it's not. I disagree with this analysis. I've heard this so much. I hate it. I disagree with it. No, Chizuru does not have a fear of abandonment. No. She had fears of that in Hawaiians because she literally just lost her fucking grandmother. I mean, Jesus Christ. But no, that's not Chizuru's issue. Kazi is the one avoiding being abandoned. This would work if Chizuru hadn't admitted her feelings 2 separate times. She told Kazuya she's in love with him and has feelings for him. She's then told Umi that she's in love with Kazuya. She's sure of her feelings. She was just lying to Minnie. No, I disagree. It was still not definitive, even in the original. Even if you interpret her, I'm sure this is where I'm at, as confirmation that she was about to fall in love or was already in love even. It could also be her trying to be vague to Umi anymore like this. Yeah, no, I might be able to fall in love. I'm sure that I'm in the middle of it. It left room for interpretation. Umi reinterpreted what Chizuru said to Kazuya as she said that she was sure she was in love. He didn't include any uncertainty. I'm pretty sure that Reiji Mijime is deliberately letting other characters misinterpret what Chizuru said to make it look more and more like Chizuru is actually sure she loves Kazuya. We want to believe that, and we will take any confirmation that this is true, and we will dismiss anything that contradicts that assumption. I won't believe it until Chizuru says I love you, not uncertainty to Kazuya. Just take the reasoning. Chizuru knows that Kazuya's only wish was for her to tell him she loved him. He said he would wait forever until she said she loved him. She felt awful for not being able to give him that answer, and she even rejected him because she didn't want to make him wait any longer. She rejected him because she didn't want him to wait any longer. Does that sound like someone who's afraid of abandonment? She would sacrifice herself and her happiness if it means he was happy. Chizuru isn't afraid of abandonment. She wants a big family. She said it in the date. About what we talked about earlier, it's something I've always wanted. I want kids who have brothers and sisters, laugh with each other at home, and attend the same school. We'd go to Parents' Day, and every time they looked at us, they would let out the biggest smile. So I guess I just want a lot. I think that kind of family is really nice. Do you think that's maybe a little childish? She literally tells him, I want a lot of kids. I want a lot of connections. That's not someone who's afraid of abandonment, but someone who desires a lot of love. Just take the reasoning. Chizuru knows that Kazuya's only wish was for her to tell him she loved him. He said that he would wait forever until she felt she loved him. She felt awful for... Okay, we already read this. If she now had become sure she loved Kazuya, wouldn't it immediately fulfill his biggest wish and resolve her greatest regret if she confessed to him? It makes no sense that she still wouldn't confess. We ignore the obvious contradictions because we want her to be sure she loves Kazuya. It makes sense that she wouldn't confess if she still wasn't sure because she said she wouldn't lie to Kazuya. Chizuru has never been definitive about loving Kazuya. She said she might be in love with him. Before she rejected him, she told Minnie that she didn't love him him enough to be in a relationship. And she told Umi that she was in the middle of falling in love. Even now, she didn't answer Minnie whether the kiss gave her clarity on her feelings, but she confirmed that she would date Kazuya. If Chizuru had become sure that she loved Kazuya at any point, she would have confessed to him. Even if she lied to Minnie, there's no reason why she would deliberately make Kazuya wait 1.5 months for her confession. She doesn't have to go out with him immediately if she thought she didn't have the time. But Kazuya deserves a clear confession at least. It would just be cruel to have the answer and still make Kazuya wait unnecessarily. Chizuru also confirms multiple times, even in her own thoughts, that she felt bad making Kazuya wait. All he asked was for her to say she loves him. If that was clear to her, why wouldn't she say anything? What could there possibly be that explains her withholding her answer? She has time to meet up with Minnie for 2 hours. She had time to reject Umi. There has to be time for a clear I love you. Nothing justifies her not doing that, unless she still wasn't sure that she was actually truly in love. Varicus explained a bit further on what defines fear of abandonment, and it's clear that it applies more to Kazuya than to Chizuru. I really messed that up. Oh, hey, it's... Hello. Like Hibe said, the answer lies by the way how she behaved. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Care to clarify? I don't know what that means. But no, it's literally like the way, I guess if that's what you're trying to say, I'm gonna give you the positive doubt here. It's incredibly obvious Chizuru is not the one with abandonment issues. It's Kazuya. For anime mashup here, look, I've talked about this very extensively in the past. What Chizuru has is not a fear of her father; it's a fear of her mother. I wrote about this, so let me pull it up. I think since you're here and you talk on Reddit a lot, I think it's a perfect time to bring it up. Hopefully nothing weird comes up. Please don't put weird shit on my hair so that can get me banned on YouTube. Profile. Dodging bullets. Hell yeah. Okay. 391. Or no, 392. My bad. 392. My bad. 392. Okay. No, where's the quotes? There's there should be a quote I made to this one. Post activity? Okay. Okay, I talked about Minnie. There it is. What Minnie does not realize that sorry, just trying to find the right music. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. Okay. It was hard for me to pin down the theme for 392, but I think I got it. This is a chapter of opposites. It's called The Girlfriend, Her Dad, but the talk is about Chizuru's mom. Minnie is the one who focuses on her dad. Nothing is as it appears. Let's start small. The chapter is about a strategy meaning to get Kazuya ready, but Minnie deep down believes all of this is fruitless, and Chizuru doesn't appreciate Kazuya because Minnie is convinced Chizuru does not trust men. Does this render everything Minnie said meaningless? This fundamentally means that everything Minnie told Kazuya in this chapter is not actual advice to improve, but in reality pushing him away from everything he actually wants. She drags him into the very darkness of her mind while claiming to lift him up to the future he desires. Just look at how she speaks of July 11th. She doesn't even know what July 11th even means. She says July 10th is a Sunday, meaning July 11th is X day, since it's on a Monday. But these are all just probabilities, while she speaks of it as a certainty, anniversary, and all that. Minnie literally speaks like the future is set in stone, literally unchangeable, an absolute fact. Yet she proceeds to tell him to change, work on his future, make 100% to 102%, 120%. But this is literally what she did during the date, and it failed. This is the past, not the future. Notice how when Minnie and Kazuya speak in the day, they are in shadows, but while Chizuru and Minnie speak at night, they are in light. It's like both scenes are not as they should be, like they are meant to be reversed, not appear this way. Night and day are swapped, as truth and lies are. Minnie, when turning to the past, thinks this is all of Kazuya's future. Thinks that all of Kazuya's future work will end up being wasted on Chizuru. Yet she spoke with so much certainty when telling him how to improve. This raises the question: is this even guidance? Why tell him to do this if you think it's pointless? Look at Minnie. The light of her mesmerized face is contrasted by the darkness of her gritting her teeth, continuing to play this role she secretly despises. Minnie is not guiding him to Chizuru, but secretly pushing him away from Chizuru, claiming support while undermining. Minnie does not think Chizuru deserves Kazuya. She thought this for a while. She just tries to tell herself otherwise, uses evidence to say, no, I shouldn't believe this. But she does believe this. She's convinced Chizuru is using him, not knowing Minnie herself is doing this. So let's get to the, what is it? Let's get to the portion where Chizuru talks about her mom. Let's see, where is the portion where Chizuru talks about her mom? No, where is all this? No. Where is the portion where I talk about Chizuru's mom? Okay. When speaking of her mom to Minnie, notice how time is a central theme this is a central theme to this talk. Chizuru's mom died so long ago that Chizuru doesn't even remember her, yet her actions haunt Chizuru like a ghost painted in a picture. How Chizuru's mom wasted her time, wasted her love. Chizuru calls her supposed dad partner because Chizuru's mom had so many love affairs that Chizuru doesn't even know if the person she married is even her actual dad. A popular girl in Japanese is written as koi okajose, a woman with many love affairs. Okay, koi. Very specific word here. Kasumi fell in love easily and was quick to give in to her desires. Chizuru doesn't distrust men. Chizuru doesn't trust herself. Chizuru is afraid that she might be a woman like her mom, who gives in to her desires without being able to actually maintain a relationship. This was hinted at in chapter 276, when she didn't want to be compared to her mom by the neighbor lady. How her dad left quickly, like Kasumi's feelings changed all the time. And notice how here Chizuru does call him dad. Like it wasn't an issue in front of Kazuya, only an issue in front of Minnie. Chizuru's mom wasted her time. She didn't really commit to love. She even died before her own mother, haunting Sayuri in that way. Just as Kasumi haunted Chizuru with rain, which is why rain is so central to the date. It's Chizuru's mom quite literally haunting her, and she wants to be different. This is why Chizuru asks Sayuri for approval on Kazuya in the movie arc. She's afraid she's making the same mistake and doubts herself. Sayuri sees Kazuya's flaws very clearly. She can tell he's kind of a spoiled kid, but she still believes Kazuya is a perfect match. At that time, Chizuru was afraid she's doing the same thing as her mom, but it was always her mom. Right? This stings Chizuru. The light is both soothing yet sharp. She both gets approval yet hurts because of the lie that they are dating. Sayuri's eyes are closed here. She can't really see why they're so perfect. She just has faith in them. Sayuri couldn't actually see. Chizuru did. Sayuri was a realist, not a dreamer. She saw all the flaws and problems, but she chose to believe like Katsuhito. Have faith. She chose to support rather than to judge. This helped Chizuru walk a better path than her mother, use her time more wisely, not to be tied down by the past. Chizuru did not waste her life like her mother, and right now she's afraid she's doing just that. She's back in the 3-month situation, but it's halved. So she reaches out to the person who can push her in the right direction. In this case, it would be Minnie. Let's see. Chizuru's struggle is trying to fix her desires. She wants to change this part of her because it's stopping her from sharing time with Kazuya. But Chizuru in reality needs that part of her to be accepted like the rain. Even if it came from her mother, she can make it her own. This is literally what she tells Sayuri here. It's something she controls. It does not control her. She's afraid she's losing control of her desires, or she's affecting Kazuya with this. But that's not true. The dark part of her is still there. The dark part of her is still her. This arc is building to that darkness showing itself and being accepted in full. The characters don't speak of their fears because of shame. We all wish to hide our shame, the pathetic part of ourselves we don't want others to see. The fact that we see, the face we see reflected in the mirror in hate, our cowardice, lust, imperfections, the fact that we're pathetic. I'm terrible. Something is wrong with me. I'm pathetic. Because we crave human connection, we don't want to share this part of ourselves with others, for fear that we won't be accepted. Shame is a master illusionist. It convinces us that if we keep our brilliance under wraps, our quirks unseen, then maybe we will finally be safe. I think this more heavily applies to Minnie and to Kazuya. Anywho, now I'm going to go to this. Let's see. What Minnie does not realize that her values and what Minnie does not realize is that her values and Chizuru's actually align perfectly. You can see it in the scene where Minnie talks about partner versus dad. Chizuru blushes because she feels the same way. She dismisses it because her mom's story represents the opposite of love to her. Chizuru's mom does not represent love for her. She represents the fickle actions of someone who did not truly value the happiness that love brought. So naturally, Chizuru dismisses it. But Chizuru was raised by Katsuhito and Sayuri. To her, they are the ideals of love. They are love. After the walk home, Chizuru couldn't give up anymore because Kazuya, well, it's not that she couldn't give up, she wanted to give him an answer. But Kazuya believed in her just like Katsuhito believed in her. That's kind of the big part. And Kazuya entrusting his dream to her, just like she entrusted her dream to him, makes Chizuru want to do the best that she can. He believed in her. She felt she could really do it. Show Kazuya that love is real. That she could find her answer. That's why Chizuru thinks of her grandpa then. Chizuru did find she thinks she can find her answer because Kazuya believed in her. Anyways. Chapter 290 dealt with the innocence of love. Let's see. Rent-A-Girlfriend is actually a very innocent love story contrasted by the cruel and harsh world we live in. It's a story that constantly tries to fight for love while uncaring people want to beat it down, smother its dreams, and Reiji refuses to let that happen. The reason we return to this idea of needing to change, even though Chizuru found her love or starting to find her love, is simple. It's an idea that ties to every single aspect of the story: grief, love, and even the readers. Acceptance. The characters in the story need to be seen and accepted for who they are. The story frustrates the readers now. People judge Chizuru for not being who they wish for her to be. Now, Kazuya is now a source of frustration. Even Minnie is. We refuse to accept any of them, and so they struggle to accept, see, and understand each other. We convince them to do this. Minnie is the reader's surrogate, judging Chizuru, doubting her, not realizing she shares the same values as her, scaring Chizuru instead of believing in her like Kazuya. Minnie tells Kazuya to change because the readers believe he needs to change. Minnie doesn't believe this, though. Chizuru does not want Kazuya to change. Kazuya does not want Chizuru to change, but they think they need to change. For us, well, Kazuya is trying to make Chizuru change. They think it's for the other person, but neither has actually asked this of the other. Let's see. I wanted to talk about, so there's this other thing I wrote. One sec. There's one other thing I wrote. It's in regards to the rain. Okay. No. I think Reiji challenging us to grow the fuck up. Much like how Kazuya has very childish ideas about what it means to become a better man and a partner, like a big gesture but not seeing the little ones. How the small things make up a larger whole. Let's see. I guess I'll read this. I think this is relevant. Let's see. Kazuya tries to show off and be cool, caught up in these beliefs that part of him knows is nonsense. He thinks he needs money, credit card, fancy long-term shoes that burn a hole in his wallet versus the effort of the movie depicted in his old shoes. It's money versus real effort. He knows Chizuru would tell him to not spend like this. She literally does want She literally does when he tells her. And she tries to split the costs with him on the date, and he still doesn't let her. Kazuya knows he should just focus on his inner qualities, but he picks the easy way out to be with her. In contrast, notice how Chizuru thinks about it. Clothes won't change how she feels, how they feel about each other. So why does Chizuru want to get the clothes? Is it so he won't hate her? Is this so he thinks she's cute? Is this even for her or for someone else? Which one is love exactly? To appeal to someone or to be who you are? It's easy to say, well, be who you are, but think about it. You dress up in ways to be liked, so does that mean you like them? But if you dress as you, do you not care what they think? It's a balance. How you dress does matter. Chizuru even realizes this, but it's not that simple. This is where love truly shines. Even if they dress stupid, you could just tell them and you go buy clothes together. You can make time for this, and thus the clothes don't actually matter at all in terms of love. What is real is the time they talk and they work on it together. What Chizuru describes here is real effort in a relationship that transcends clothes, money, and saying your feelings perfectly. It's about making it work together, not fixing yourself on your own. You struggle to talk? Okay, it's fine. We can work on it. Clothes? No worries. It's about understanding and talking to each other, not gestures via clothes or a job. That's why the story is now highlighting why Kazuya is putting the wrong effort in. He is the one who believes he has no choice, which is why he trusts Minnie. Chizuru never told him to do this. The problem with the date is time. Kazuya created an impossible deadline thinking to resolve all of the problems together. It was literally never going to work. He knew this too. What he needed was to make more time and use that time to slowly figure stuff out together, not rush. Kazuya asks her out literally before he moved. It's his first time making a move while living together, and it comes out last second. He could have just asked to keep living with her and work on it together, but he felt this was the only choice. Sound familiar? Minnie literally echoed his own belief back at him. The true solution to any relationship is time. We have to make more time for it to work. We can't make one big date and suddenly solve all of our problems. Just like Hawaiians was a microcosm of all the problems, the nature of the date was the biggest flaw. It's a big thing. The date was them speedrunning all the problems. It's embodied in Chizuru's questions and actions. But you can't speedrun a relationship just as you can't suddenly put a freaking ring on. That's why the walk home was something that was very small, contrasted by the magnitude around them. That's why the rain is so significant to the date. Sayuri literally told Chizuru, Rain followed her mom in all of the big moments of her life. And here it is, perfectly on cue to haunt Chizuru too. Like this has to be a big make or break moment when that's all wrong. That's not right. Notice how the rain is gone by the end of the date. Notice how when Chizuru kisses Kazuya, it's in a clear open sky reflected on the hood of the car. You can't let rain dictate your life. You can't live for others. These big events disguise the little ones. They hide what matters. Chizuru kisses Kazuya in a taxi, not at $1 million night view. She doesn't kiss him after a confession. She kisses him when he says he will keep his promise to wait for her. Perfectly timed comments and fireworks confessions are just a big lie. They aren't what matter. It's just taking an action, making an effort. It doesn't always have to matter what the effort is. As long as you do something for the relationship, then that's all it takes. Kazuya put an effort in and Chizuru did too. The little effort resulted in a kiss, meaning it wasn't so little. Chizuru did what she told Sayuri she would do, make the rain work for her. Chizuru may not be the sun like Sayuri, rain may follow her like her mom, but she chose to clear the rain. Changing the world around her isn't easy, but you have to make an effort to shape your own happiness. Kazuya is struggling to do this. He doesn't make his own happiness, he lets others shape it for him. We started to learn over the month living together. The cohabitation was genuinely so wonderful because it was so small and not about the plot. That's what made it matter so much. Us thinking big when it was small, and that makes it better. We need to appreciate the small. All right. Back to what I was reading. Sorry, I didn't read the comments for a second. Didn't it describe that Chizuru never knew what her mom was like? Oh, no, she kind of knew. No, Sayuri talks about her mom a lot, and Chizuru kind of knows certain things about her. And everyone talks about Chizuru's mom. But she doesn't, but her dad is the person she actually literally knows nothing about. She actually quite literally knows nothing about her dad. He's a complete enigma. She doesn't know all that much about her mom, but she does know things. So yeah, she's afraid of repeating what her mother did in terms of relationships. If she had to choose, she'd rather take her grandparents as the model than her parents. And that's why she puts so much importance on defining what she feels for Kazuya. She can't just settle for being attracted to someone. This is where I'm going to read something else for you. Hopefully you're still even around here. But it's actually not that simple. There's something people don't realize when it comes to Chizuru, and specifically Sayuri. Kazuya was raised spoiled. Chizuru wasn't so privileged. When we get to flashbacks at her childhood, we often see Sayuri teach lessons of morals and right and wrong. This instilled a strong sense of self in Chizuru, but it also left her lost and confused when it becomes morally gray. Kazuya said as much before. Chizuru is hard on herself and kind to others. She always tries to do the right thing, even to her own detriment. When she doesn't or can't, the guilt eats away at her. She always blames herself when things go wrong, even when it isn't her fault. Many often say Sayuri is a great grandmother, while Nagomi is terrible, but they actually counterbalance one another. Nagomi was lax at first and became strict. Sayuri was strict and became lax. This resulted in their grandchildren bearing different burdens down the line. Nagomi works so well with Chizuru because she's so strict. It appeals to what Chizuru understands. Nagomi is the path Chizuru needs to feel she's doing the right thing, the authority. Sayuri, in contrast, gave Kazuya acceptance and confidence he needed to believe in himself. Sayuri merely appears perfect to us, but just like her past as an actress, we're not seeing the full picture. The reason Sayuri is like this is because of her past with Chizuru's mom, how she lost her daughter. It informs her care. She's living her truth for Chizuru's future. Nagomi is the exact same way. She's afraid the mistakes in raising Kazuya as well as her responsibilities. What I'm trying to highlight to you is that Chizuru is really, really hard on herself, and it's not trying to find some sort of perfect answer. She's literally been conditioned that she needs to do the right thing at all cost. And it's leading her to this internal conflict of I have to do the right thing, but I don't know what to do. And it doesn't align with certain things with Sayuri. For instance, when she doesn't tell Sayuri about the rental girlfriend thing, that would somewhat be against Sayuri's morals, wouldn't it? So Chizuru has a hard time when it comes to morally gray things, but she has to make morally gray decisions. And Sayuri, I think, didn't really see that or understand it. And I think Chizuru getting that from Nagomi is big. Getting that sense of acceptance from Nagomi was really big, despite the fact that she feels a little guilty. So that's a thing too. It's not simply it's her needing to define her feelings for Kazuya is for Kazuya. And she's doing it for him. She's not doing it for herself. That's what people don't really seem to understand. None of this is for herself. And that's the problem. She's sacrificing so much for Kazuya. She's seemingly not in the relationship almost. What she wants almost doesn't matter. She's going to keep sacrificing for him. This acts as an inverse of Kazuya, because what is Kazuya doing? He's literally giving up his character for Chizuru. When she never asked any of this, and he doesn't need to do any of this, and that's not the fucking problem. The problem is that she's sacrificing too much, and you need to just talk to her. Do you see what I'm saying? She keeps sacrificing, and he keeps thinking he needs to sacrifice more, instead of stopping her from sacrificing. Neither need to sacrifice. And I think that's low-key what the sangria that Chizuru gets in this chapter is about. It's literally called bloodletting. It's about sacrifice. Okay, let me see if there's anything else Varicus wrote. You said Varicus explained abandonment later. If you're still here, where does he explain that? It's the other way around. Despite everything, Chizuru still isn't sure what she feels is love. She confirms to Minnie that she even kissed Kazuya because she hoped that she might learn something. She had already rejected him. Why would she do something to confirm the rejection? She kissed him because they might have changed things. She now told Minnie she doesn't know what to do anymore. She's desperately trying to confirm that what she feels is love. She's trying to convince herself that it is love, but not even her brain chemistry gives her the clarity she seeks. What we really have to ask ourselves, where did Kazuya's clarity come from, and why isn't Chizuru able to find that same clarity? Forget the idea that Chizuru has abandonment issues. She doesn't. She rejected Kazuya knowing full well what it meant and how much it would hurt. The one who has abandonment issues and who always acts like he would abandon anyway because he was never accepted by anyone is Kazuya. Look closely. Rejecting Kazuya hurt Chizuru way more than it hurt Kazuya. Chizuru was almost in tears, while Kazuya wasn't as calm and at pace in months. He got exactly what he always expected he would get. He always knew deep down that he would be rejected. Chizuru is the one who looks like she didn't get the results she wanted. Chizuru cried on his chest while Kazuya thought it wasn't appropriate to hug her. She let him live with her for a month and invited him multiple times to just spend time with her. Looks to me like she let him in much closer than arm's length. The one who always felt like he didn't have the right to get close or spend time with her is Kazuya. You can look at any situation in the manga. If there's a deliberate physical close contact, it was initiated by Chizuru. Isn't Kazuya just imagining that Chizuru keeps him at arm's length? Everything suggests that she isn't the reason why they don't get closer. Kazuya is the one who always insists on paying, who refuses to take any money back, and who wouldn't let Chizuru pay for her own food on the date. If Kazuya won't accept anything from Chizuru for free, isn't he the one keeping the relationship to a monetary one, even on the real date? If Kazuya thinks that Chizuru didn't actually believe that she truly loves her, and that he might just love Mizuhara, then why does he keep calling her that? Chizuru doesn't have a problem with him calling her Mizuhara. She also said she didn't doubt his love. She doesn't call him Kazuya, yes, but she also doesn't call him by any fake surname. If Kazuya wants to be called Kazuya, he can ask her to do that. He also doesn't seem to have a problem not being called by his given name. It's almost like Kazuya is literally removing himself from the fucking relationship. Hey, it almost looks like he's deleting his own identity, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like Kazuya is almost deleting his own identity from the relationship? And you quite literally see that in how he's dressed, what he's doing, how he's changing his hair, literally everything. Now look at Chizuru. She's trying to become what he wants her to be, continuing to sacrifice over and over and over and over, never reaching him and not realizing it's not because she's doing anything wrong, but because he doesn't want a relationship. Yeah, this is the paradox. Kazuya doesn't want a relationship. He says he does. He clearly loves her. But what he actually wants is infinite safety. I think I wrote something about this. One sec. I'm not going to pull up a whole thread. It was just a small thing I wrote. It's like one sentence. Or like 3 sentences. Let me see. It's like 3 sentences. Where's the good? Come on. Okay, you want my attention, but you won't fucking actually do anything. Alright, one sec. Anyway, basically, I can't find it, but basically what I wrote is like, what Kazuya wants is essentially wish fulfillment. That's kind of the issue. I think what he wants is essentially wish fulfillment. Notice how everything he imagines with Chizuru is essentially fantasy-like, instead of just being with her. Anyways, let me see if... Oh, there's some... Oh, oh my god, you guys popped off a little bit. In her response to fancy blah 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 blah, he gets into an argument with iTurtle. The comments start with, I talked to someone who actually has abandonment issues. That's because Minnie is feeding the terrible be better mentality to him, but he listens to Minnie. No. Minnie is an enabler. Minnie is not the source of the problem. Minnie merely enables Kazuya. I am absolutely certain about this. Kazuya has a deep need to please. He has a deep fear of rejection. So he actively tries to people please everyone around him. Minnie just enables that behavior. She enables all of his worst traits. That's literally my point as to why Minnie and Kazuya would be a terrible pairing. Minnie enables all of Kazuya's worst traits. He literally would become the worst version of himself if he's with Minnie. And I don't say this lightly. He literally would become the worst version of himself if he's with Minnie. He would not be who he is. The Kazuya you would see with Minnie, you would not like him. She enables all of his worst behavior. Anyways, let me see here. The key to living a comfortable life is confrontation and chaos. You have to say no. You have to tell people to fuck off. You have to be mean in necessary situations. A life of peace isn't built off of being a yes man and taking passive approach on everything. This just came up on my Twitter feed. That's funny. Yeah. Anyways, giving too much or being overly eager to please, who is always trying to give, jealousy in a relationship or any other umi on anyone, trouble trusting your partner's intentions, feeling insecure about your relationship. Kazuya is not exactly the confident type. Having difficulty in being intimate emotionally. Kazuya lies to Chizuru. She said she won't lie to him. Needing to control or be controlled by your partner. Kazuya is, on one hand, purely reactive, but he also stalks Chizuru, setting unsatisfactory relationship with Ruka. No, Kazuya doesn't really stalk Chizuru. He did it like once. He did it twice. Sorry, he did it twice. Fair game. And the second time he did it, Minnie was the excuse. No. The stalking isn't so much the issue. It's the fact that he's going behind her back. What the stalking shows is a lack of trust. That's what this is. Kazuya's issues is that he can't be intimately emotional. See, the difference between Kazuya and Chizuru is this. Both Kazuya and Chizuru were traumatized in Hawaiians. Chizuru wants to deal with her trauma. Kazuya's using trauma as a mask. This ends up acting as a mirror to Mami, who literally does the same thing. She uses her trauma as an excuse to justify her pain. Ugh, there's so much. I really just don't know how to comment on this chapter. I see a lot of people calling it a win, while others think Kazuya is not making moves the real problem. Personally, I don't even know what to think anymore. I still haven't figured out whether Chizuru actually loves Kazuya at her core. I actually can't tell. Oh, she does. If someone responds to a kiss with, I think I'd date him, then the only thing stopping her is the play schedule for July. I'm sorry, but if I were Kazuya, I'd be done. Who do you think you are? Okay. Whatever. This is stupid. Who do you think... Your response to someone being confused and lost like Chizuru is... Who do you think you are? Okay, why did Chizuru pick the play? Kazuya didn't say anything. Do you know why Chizuru isn't meeting him instead of the play? You don't. If anything, Chizuru not being with him is actually rough for her. Why? What is Reiji intentionally showing you? It looks like Chizuru is picking her job over Kazuya, right? What if it's literally the opposite? What if she's literally trying to make space for him? I'm just not gonna bother reading all that. It seems to come from a place of cynicism and frustration rather than like the moment they said that, I just mentally checked out. I'm sorry if they actually had something interesting to say. I'm sorry. But when people approach writing like that, I just mentally check out. I cannot stand this higher than thou attitude rather than recognizing what's going on. You should absolutely stand up for yourself, and Kazuya should stand up for himself. But has he considered fucking talking to her ever? That's right, he doesn't. So no. I'm sorry, you would be doing that to yourself. Has Kazuya tried talking to her? And then she did that anyway? Okay, fine. That's kind of shitty. No. You don't know the reasoning why Chizuru picked her play in such a way. Ugh. It really makes me not want to read comments anymore. This is why I just read Varicus, because it feels like Varicus is like kind of more aware of what's going on. Someone also commented on my Discord, so let's read that. Someone left a comment on Discord, so let us read that. I'm sorry, like, I will gladly try to engage if I think it comes from an honest place, but when I see shit like that, like, it's just so cynical and empty that I just get irritated. So guys, just wanted to take a moment to look here things, to look at where things are right now and where the story might be heading next. We know Chizuru would want to find an answer she's looking for without resorting to a kiss, but in the end, she couldn't. She had promised Kazuya she wouldn't give him a vague answer, yet in Odaiba, everything was still vague for her, so even if she still hadn't fulfilled that promise, it wouldn't have been right to make him wait any longer, just like Sayuri taught her back then, but Kazuya told her that he believed in her and that he would wait for her, he would wait for that answer anyway. This is where Chizuru started losing sight of what the right thing to do even was. And you know, it all brings me back to another specific scene, when the exact same thing happened while she was next to Sayuri on her deathbed, when she didn't know whether to tell her the truth or the right thing to do or not. I mean, yeah, didn't I literally say the same thing? Didn't I literally say the same thing last stream? Like, straight up. And it's because Chizuru is trapped in this sense of morality. She needs to be freed from her fucking guilt. Chizuru, literally, I'm telling you, if Chizuru is freed from her fucking guilt, it would resolve everything. She just needs to be freed from her guilt. That's it. If you could just free Chizuru from her guilt and help her find the answer, she could probably fucking do it. The next day, Kazuya doubled down on what he said the night before, once again promising that he would wait until he found the answer. So for Chizuru, the only thing left was to try to find the very way she had called ridiculous during the pre-cohabitation drinking outing, a kiss. As Johan said on stream yesterday, she still doesn't know whether her love, means devoting herself completely to another person or not. So in that sequence, okay, the I and Koi thing. Okay, let's get into that. Okay. No, not that. Okay, maybe this is it. If we go through the capitation, we can see how much she's thought about this and how often. For example, her birthday. When Sumi asks if Chizuru has someone she can depend on, Chizuru says yes, indirectly speaking of Kazuya and how his persistence saved her. How he cared even when she said, yeah, okay. When asking if she likes him, she says she doesn't know. She says she knows she's been unfair in that regard, and she's been asking this before. But she needs to face these feelings. She won't run away, no matter what she decides, because Kazuya has never given up on anything. But she still doesn't know what it means to love someone. If she wants to be with him, is that love coy? So right here, she says, if I want to stay by their side, is that coy? If I can't dedicate everything she has to him, then is that not true love? So the thing is, coy is not true love. I is true love in Chizuru's eyes. She associates I with Sayuri. She associates coy with wanting to be with him, and that's literally rental. Okay? The word choice is deliberate here. Coy is generally considered romantic love. I, on the other hand, I is deeper love. I is what happens after coy. Coy is a deep desire to be with someone to the point of heartache. It is a strong attraction with such emotional intensity that it often leads inner conflict when trying to express those feelings directly, fearing rejection. The fear of rejection can cause hesitation, making one anxious about romantic feelings. In simple terms, coy is romantic love that stems from attraction and desire. I is a feeling of cherishing others, valuing and caring about someone. Devotion, if you will. I also encompasses a broader range of relationships, parental love, sibling love, or even love for living beings. When feeling I, one acts without hesitation, regardless of the other person's reaction. It is about the intention and the act of loving unconditional love. I is often characterized by selflessness and the willingness to act for the other person's sake without expecting anything in return. In other words, an unwavering quality that allows one to express feelings unconditionally and be true to who they are, no matter what others say. The date arc is called The Girlfriend and Love Coy. And remember the phrase, I love him but not enough to date him. Chizuru views her love as simply coy. In other words, just selfish desire. She knows she wants to be with him, but is that just purely out of desire? In that date, Chizuru reacts to her reactions when asked. Chizuru reacts to his questions when asking questions. When Kazuya asks questions, she reacts when he gets close to her. She wants things but gets scared and struggles to say it. She then has to face her fears and say them anyway. She has expectations and wants planned for the future. Kazuya goes through this too, of course. He too is consistently scared of prospect of the romantic love. The whole date kind of encompasses coy. What's interesting is how I is actually there the whole time for Chizuru when she thinks it's coy, and 380 encompasses this. In chapter 380, Chizuru rejects Kazuya out of responsibility. She can't find an answer to her love, and she cannot keep him waiting. He has a future. He has to live. This is selfless love presented as selfish. She bears with the blister for him. She keeps saying no for his happiness. Chizuru does not see how her love is actually full of care and appreciation for him. She literally sacrificed her own happiness for him because she felt her love was not true love, and he deserved better. The truth is, this I and coy stuff is all bogus. Love is a mix of the two. Love is selfish and selfless. That's a fact. We both feel desire and want to help those we love because of that desire. Our selfish nature defines our selflessness and vice versa. And the fact that Chizuru was thinking this hard because it shows how much but the fact that Chizuru was thinking this hard about it shows how much she deeply loved and cared. This is criticizing the idealization of love, how love is supposed to look, how love is supposed to act, how love is supposed to be pure and clean and magical, when love can also be messy, confusing, stupid, and lustful. It has ugly sides that are not pure, and that makes it shine. This shows Chizuru did not make her choices lightly, and she thought every single one of them through. She even told Kazuya, I like people who properly think things through. She wanted to plan for the future together. She wanted to make things work to the beginning to the end. Let's see. Toy Sayuri. Okay. Sayuri. I could have sworn I wrote how Chizuru thinks her, like, her love isn't, yeah. I'm gonna try to find that and finish it up, and then, let's see. The problem here is Minnie's looking for change. Her feelings remained consistent. They did not change. Chizuru just felt excited for the day because she always wanted that. That doesn't mean her feelings literally changed, and Minnie reacts to this poorly, as you would expect. Let's see. I'm trying to find this thing I wrote about Sayuri and Chizuru trying to live up to Sayuri. Live? Sayuri love. There it is. Good for me. Let's see. Looking back at the scene where Chizuru speaks to Sumi, I find it interesting how Chizuru speaks of devotion and giving her partner everything with a panel of Sayuri's picture. She views Sayuri as a symbol of true love, and Sayuri gave up acting for Katsuhito. But Chizuru loves acting. I think this is one of the reasons Chizuru struggles to find her answer. She compared herself to Sayuri, but did Sayuri ever love acting like Chizuru did? She consistently talked about how horrible the industry was. I think I read this yesterday. Chizuru likes like having a dream, blah blah blah. Read this part. It's not simply asking this of her. It reflects her own doubt of her feelings. She can't live up to Sayuri's loves just as she can't live up to Sayuri in acting. In her mind, Chizuru could never live up to Sayuri. It's why even her love felt inferior. Chizuru is constantly reminded of how Sayuri knew more than her, whether it be from Nagomi visiting the grave every day or even her own grief that she had lost the person she could never find out. That's why Kazuya accepting her let her accept herself. She didn't need to be Sayuri, and yet she's still trying to be. Why do you think she kissed him, really? I think it's kind of lying to Minnie that she kissed him on recommendation. I feel the prior theory that she kissed her because she just could not anymore. No, she's not lying to Minnie. Oh no, she's not. She's right. She's not lying to Minnie. No, no, she did kiss him because here. Go back to the beginning of the stream. I explained this in the beginning of the stream. Just go back to the beginning of the stream. Go to the part where I talk about chapter 240. Just go back to the beginning of the stream. I describe it perfectly. You were already given the answer. You were literally already given the answer. I describe it perfectly at the very beginning of the stream. Just go back to the beginning. I don't want to like go all through this all over again. Okay. So it's 7 o'clock. It's getting a little late. I have to get up super early tomorrow. I'll stream again tomorrow. After work. And I can read what I wrote because I did write something. I'll see if I can think of other things. Maybe I can read a little bit of it right now. So I talked about it earlier. Like, I think this chapter, like, almost systematically tears Minnie apart. I think this chapter almost systematically tears Minnie apart and, like, explores Chizuru in ways you may have never considered. So I guess I'll just read. It's fascinating how people don't recognize that 413 almost systematically shatters every perception Minnie had of Chizuru. This whole chapter is literally diffusing the bomb of what you think Chizuru is, showing you that Minnie is the real bomb in waiting. Chizuru opens up to Minnie about feeling lost and confused, but Minnie makes it about what she wants, what the kiss made Chizuru feel, if she would date Kazuya. Look at Chizuru's reactions. She's being vulnerable, and Minnie, instead of creating comfort, pushes and pressures her more. Minnie is intentionally drawn as childish in these sequences because she is being a child. child. Chizuru, in contrast, is drawn as innocent and confused. Minnie is putting her on the spot in public, shouting this for everyone to hear. She forced an answer, she didn't actually help her find one. This highlights Minnie's selfish, destructive behavior. It's there in the start when she teases Chizuru instead of answering her question. It's there when she gets her to drink despite having her play early the next day. It's funny, but that disguises the real explosive issue. When the world flips at the end of the chapter, what we don't realize is that it was upside down from the start. Everything we know is wrong. It's not simply a reference to chapter 2. It is our very perception as readers being wrong as we were wrong. How, you might be asking? If Chizuru would date Kazuya now, then what's the point of all that self-improvement Minnie told Kazuya to do? What's all that for? It's like it's all pointless. If the kiss wasn't her answer, then that means the whole explanation about Kazuya winning is totally nonsense. Minnie told him not to get in the way of her work and focus on getting a job. She told Kazuya him not answering her questions on love was bad. Yet here we are proving none of that mattered. Yet here is Chizuru asking about him and saying she would date him if there was no play. Yet look at Minnie. She can't accept that she is wrong. Her perspective was just shattered, and she's in denial. She literally says, "This is not what I imagined," when Chizuru explains the kiss. She can't cope with Chizuru not finding an answer. She pushes Chizuru more. Minnie needs to be right, just as the readers desperately need to be right. She pushes Chizuru so she would date Kazuya, to say he looked manly, not for Chizuru's sake, but to prove her own theory about July 11th correct. Minnie needs to be right. If she isn't, her world would literally flip. Minnie speaks of seeing the truth for herself in 412, yet she is in the shadows. She cannot see. In 411, just to quote Minnie, like herself, "I read it in a manga. The only people able to see the truth are the ones able to overcome the dark loneliness." Right? Minnie's own words. And for much of 413, we regularly see Minnie in darkness, unable to see the truth in front of her. The Hurt Locker, a movie exploring the psychology behind the type of soldier who volunteers for this particular conflict and then, because of their aptitude, is chosen to give the opportunity to go to a bomb disarmament and go towards where everybody else is running from. Chizuru willfully came to meet Minnie, knowing exactly what Minnie wanted and what Minnie would do. Minnie says if she presses the wrong buttons, Chizuru would explode on her, not realizing that she herself is the bomb Chizuru is facing and disarming, what it means for Chizuru to be here. Chizuru came here knowing full well Minnie may laugh at her for doing the thing she said to do before. Chizuru knows she would look pathetic and foolish, a total clown in Minnie's eyes, and yet she showed up anyway. She faced Minnie head on, knowing Minnie would tell Kazuya all of this. Just as we expected Sumi to contact Kazuya through Chizuru, and we are surprised by Kazuya doing it himself, we too are surprised by Chizuru's willfully opening up and flipping the whole script on its head. We understood nothing. Minnie didn't lead here. Chizuru did. It was always her. We don't see how Kazuya decided to rent Sumi, something he hasn't done in nearly a year. We also don't see why Chizuru had such a sudden shift to be so open with Minnie, whereas before, she shut her out. It's as if Chizuru is changing, but not how we think she is. Like she's hurting. The teaser for next time is inexperienced. In particular, can be used to say someone is inexperienced in love, which is something Chizuru has actually shown and something Kazuya even said. She's innocent when it comes to love, but this calls to not match Minnie and how ignorant she is. The final page of the chapter is a reference to chapter 2, and heaven and earth reversing. But it is also connected to the kiss and the walk home, where we see the sky touch the taxi hood, and we see Chizuru floating as Kazuya carries her home, like she is falling in love. But something just feels off. The final page leads us into a false sense of security, giving us excitement but flipping our very world over, just as Mommy flipped our world in Hawaiians, shattering everything Kazuya understood about her. An arc where Nagomi says, "I see," but Kazuya and Chizuru are in shadows. Mommy and Minnie parallel. Minnie was saying a lot of stuff about Chizuru behind her back to Kazuya, and now talks to her like a friend. Mommy also did the same thing to Kazuya, talking to him like a friend, but saying terrible things about him behind his back to Chizuru. It's all connected. Just like the power lines that interconnect through the night sky, and Minnie and Mommy meeting with Chizuru and Kazuya are not by coincidence, for they are mirrors that live the same lie, pretending to understand the truth. But really, they're not admitting the truth to themselves. This is why Minnie speaks of a hypothetical scenario, a story that could be true, but isn't. Chizuru, when she's with Kazuya, feels like she is in a story, a fiction that does not match reality, but it is real. Minnie makes up a story that could be real, but it isn't. Never asking why. Reiji has constantly kept telling us a story. Chizuru did this, Chizuru did that. And when he told it enough, people believed it, trapped in a hypothetical scenario and not a real one. Just like Kazuya, just like Minnie, just like Mommy, all living their own lives, their own what if. A time loop of sorts, or a timeline, recreating the events of the 3-month time skip, recreating Hawaiians, not seeing the struggle of the time traveler that is Chizuru, unable to be understood by those around her, as she constantly runs out of time, time to love, time to live, time to dream. Those around Chizuru must broaden their horizons and learn the truth around them. For unless they do, they will continue to know nothing, not realize how in many ways they are the antagonists of their own stories. No matter how well-intentioned this chapter almost acts as a station of awakening. Yes, this is why Chizuru is here, to explain herself, to be understood by both Kazuya and Minnie, to try and show who she is. And instead of understanding, Minnie prods and probes, trying to make Chizuru conform to her interpretation of what love is. A win. Like I said, Chizuru wants to be understood. While I thought it might have been unconfrontational than I thought, it might even be that there is, she's much more trying to connect to Minnie and only thinking about her end goal. To Minnie, love is like a game. You win or you lose. That's not love. Things like victory or Kazuya won demeans the point of love. It is something we share. It may be something only we fully experience, but it is something we choose to live and share with others, share our time, not to sell like a product. People's hearts are not bottles on a shelf. Love isn't something we can simply sell. Chizuru, having worked as a rental girlfriend, knows this all too well. She tells Mommy how hard it is to find real love in a world full of lies. She knows all too well how important it is. It's why Chizuru can't just trample over Ruka's love as many readers desire her to. Why she doesn't just tell Kazuya to break up with Ruka, knowing full well Ruka loves him and wants to be with him. She trusts Kazuya's love and doesn't doubt his feelings, but rather her own. Because what she thinks she's experiencing isn't love, but something is wrong with it. Chizuru has always been considerate of others and critical of herself. She always prioritizes doing the right thing over her own selfish whims. Even now, I have no doubt she's actually sacrificing herself in some way for Kazuya, just as she chose to be vulnerable with Minnie here. Chizuru tried talking. Kazuya didn't listen. Like, I get it. It seems like both of them, but it feels more and more like it's Kazuya who's not talking. The more we go, the more it feels like it's the case. Chizuru is not heard or understood. And then we talked about Sumi. Why should Chizuru trample over Ruka's feelings for her own? What right do we have to ask someone to give up their love just because someone else may not feel the same way? This devalues love, ours and theirs, regardless of whether it's reciprocated. Love is not about which one is better or worse, or who is loved and isn't. It is about respecting someone's feelings. And Chizuru is not trying to fight Ruka, just explain her feelings to her. Ruka, ironically, feeling the same as Chizuru, ended up unintentionally trampling over Kazuya's feelings. That's kind of like the irony of the situation. Let's see, there's this scene. The final panel of 413 is a reference to chapter 2, where Chizuru says, in Japanese, "Even if heaven and earth were flipped, you and I would never have that kind of relationship." And as she says she would date him, the world flips over. Far more than we imagined, for that means we understood nothing. I love saying that. I'm sorry. I love saying that. Okay. So, the sangria. Chizuru ordered a sangria in 413. Sangria is a Spanish drink that has a deep red color. It means bloodletting, for it acted as a disinfectant for contaminated water, matching how Chizuru is clearing up misunderstandings. It also means warmth and hospitality. Chizuru is also hurting here, as if she's literally bleeding, if you will. She's not okay, and the blood is her spilling her feelings to Minnie. She's being vulnerable here, showing her wound, and Minnie does not see her pain despite her effort. What she's doing is hard. It's painful. Chizuru created a safe space for Minnie, much like the Sangria's association with warmth and hospitality, literally going along with Minnie to drink as something they are doing together, bonding despite Chizuru needing to get up early the next day for her play. She did this to connect with her. This drink literally represents how much Chizuru cares, how she is willing to bleed for those she loves, how she will get out of her comfort zone even if it means she conveys how much the people she cares for matter to her. Even if the drink she gets communicates her sacrifice for love. All right, I have 2 more that I wrote. Said I'd read what I wrote for a little bit, tells the whole thread later. Hey, sorry, it happens. I kind of got into the groove. Dude, I have Sora's theme playing in the background. That shit is invigorating. That shit is fucking invigorating, okay? All right. Okay. Let's go. Ooh, that's a good one. In the Hurt Locker, there's a character who recklessly diffuses bombs and doesn't stop to consider how his actions endanger others. He is unharmed by those around. He is unharmed, but those around him are hurt. This is essentially Minnie here. There's also this reference to the Battle of the Exes. So I was talking to someone, and they told me that they think Chizuru is this person. I think that aligns so much more with Minnie, because Minnie literally never sees the consequences of her actions ever. Right? She's literally the one who's been telling Kazuya all this nonsense and sending him down the wrong path, and never considers that might have been her. I showed you how Minnie was pressuring Chizuru in this chapter. So to me, it feels like Minnie is the one who recklessly goes and defuses the bomb. In fact, what did Minnie just do? Minnie went behind Kazuya's back to talk to Chizuru herself, and she literally refers to Chizuru as a bomb. As if she's recklessly defusing this bomb herself, and it might result, just like in the movie, with someone getting hurt. Because in the movie, someone gets shot because they're trying to help this person, because he refuses to listen, he has to go and do it. Just like Minnie goes and does it. Who's the one who actually references Hurt Locker? It's Minnie. Chizuru references the Battle of the Exes. Minnie is the one who references Hurt Locker. Minnie is the one who treats Chizuru like she's going to explode, quite literally using the words for landmine. Right? So, Minnie is literally the reckless, endangering person who goes to defuse the bombs. Whereas Chizuru is the one who is willfully coming here, knowing Minnie might explode on her, because what happened, Minnie is the one who always blows up on Chizuru. In this case, what we do not realize is that Chizuru is actually defusing the bomb, while Minnie is the bomb and doesn't realize it, as she treats Chizuru like she will explode. Minnie is the one not content with a normal life. Basically, that person, he comes back after his service is done. He's not content with it and signs up for another service. He doesn't like his normal life. You could absolutely apply this to Minnie. She's so caught up in Kazuya and Chizuru's love life because she's not content with her normal life. She's so caught up in this fantasy, she wants to be a part of this. She can't let it go. That's why she always follows Kazuya around. That's why she always comes back. Minnie always comes back for a reason. She's not content with her normal life. This shit is interesting. There's a reason a lot of readers come back to this story. They're not content with their normal life. They want something spicy, interesting, magical. We desire magic. Okay. Regularly chasing after her Oshis. Minnie literally refers to Kazuya and Chizuru as her Oshis, aka her idols. Or her favorite idols, to be specific. Unwilling to see the sacrifices Chizuru is making for her here, disarming everything Minnie said to Kazuya in the past, and she refuses to accept she's wrong. She's literally the bomb that got defused in this chapter and doesn't realize it, still trying to light her empty fuse. In contrast, the Battle of the Exes is about who won the Oscar that year for Best Picture. In particular, they were kind of like competing. With The Hurt Locker taking the win over Avatar, where Catherine Bigelow, the person who directed Hurt Locker, and her ex-husband, director James Cameron, of Avatar, competed for the top wins of that year. An interesting comparison considering Kazuya rents Sumi in 413 and Minnie has blue streaks in her hair, like they are avatars rather than real. He also talks to his ex, Mommy, and it matches Minnie's hypothetical scenario, as Minnie's trying to get a win that she can have. Minnie's literally trying to get a win here, right? She all she's been getting is losses, so she needs some sort of win. Literally the battle of the exes, right? Because guess what? That's kind of what's going on here, right? Chizuru, Minnie has been wrong about all these wins Kazuya should be having, so she's trying to get any win that she can. Kind of like James Cameron, weirdly enough. Okay, and then last one. So, Mommy tells Kazuya to kiss Chizuru in public to prove that they are dating, challenging a story to prove she's right. Minnie tells Chizuru a hypothetical and asks how the kiss felt in public in order to prove she would date him, creating a story to prove she is right. Both of these are public, alluding to social anxiety and social pressure to conform, as the characters are essentially being forced to do things or they are bad people, like we thought. This shows how Minnie is forcing Chizuru, an independent person, to conform to her idea of love. Both Kazuya and Chizuru poured their guts out in these scenes. Both of them have family or found family judging their actions or quality of character. The difference is, Mommy, who Kazuya once loved, is the instigator. Now Minnie, who Chizuru treats like family, is the instigator. After the kiss, Mommy's whole worldview is dismantled before her eyes. The thought that Kazuya and Chizuru wouldn't give in to authority and love persevered showed the real Mommy underneath. Mommy, like Minnie, is in denial of the truth and is forced to open her eyes. She can't deny the truth. And what does Mommy do? Right? Look at Mommy when they kissed. She's upset. She says, I couldn't really see it. Did you really do it? And then they kiss again. Mommy-chan, what are you doing? What did she do? She closes her eyes. She's in denial. What did Minnie do? She closes her eyes and needs to confirm that she's right, that Chizuru has an answer. Same exact thing. And then when they do kiss, Mommy's like, fuck. I can't do anything. I have nothing against this. In response to Mommy getting like her world blowing up in front of her, Mommy lashes out in anger, only to be called out on her actions. This makes her look in the mirror and she can't stand what she sees. Mommy then ignores her actions in favor of love, showing signs of losing her character, aka depression. So she copes. Look at Mommy here. Remember Mommy throughout most of the cohabitation and up until this point? She pretty much doesn't feel like she has a character. She used to have so much energy, and now she seemingly doesn't have any. She feels more empty, right? She feels so much more restrained and empty now. Minnie is her reflection. Minnie has short-sighted beliefs about love. She views it as too hard, lonely, and clearly harbors some distrust of it, as she sees many people play games with love. So she seeks an ideal love, a perfect love with perfect steps, a fantasy that has to be real. This is her escapism. Kazuya is this magical ideal to Minnie. She views him as real compared to most people, but that stops her from seeing him clearly, as she believes his love always surpassed his fear. Yet we literally see him taking actions of fear in that moment. Right? So let's read this sequence. Listen to what Minnie says. I get everything you've been saying, and I know I'm not in a position to ask you to be okay with anything and everything. And I get that you can't always get what you wish for. But how do I put it? Maybe you'd call it a dream. I'm always around a ton of cute people, cosplayers mostly, but to tell you the truth, none of them are like you, and most cute people tend to do things for attention, but you're never like that. And compared to them, Master is, I guess you'd call them real. Call him real. People are scaredy cats. Oh, that's out of my reach. No, I'm aiming too high. They'll find excuses to give up on things. What is Kazuya literally doing here? Where does Kazuya come out? He comes out of a DVD store. It's literally Kazuya giving up on his lust. He's literally going to this place to suppress his lust. He's literally running away. I can't do this. I'm aiming too high. I'm sure they just want to protect themselves. That's all. She's literally talking about him and she doesn't realize she is. That's why the words float around Kazuya like this. She's disassociating the words from Kazuya, but they kind of match him right now. She doesn't realize he is scared. But when I think about the first time Master talked about you, to see someone's love outshine their fear, it's nothing short of brilliant. What matters most in life, and she doesn't realize she like literally kind of coerced this out of him out of like a sense of fear. But you know, Kazuya's love is honest. What matters most in life isn't the stuff you get buried with, it's all the moments that are burned into your memory. Even if you two don't work out, I'd still be in his corner. That's how I see him. That's how I see him. Her eyes are closed. That's how I see him, as her eyes are closed. Does she actually see him? Whereas Chizuru sees her. In the same way Minnie does not see Chizuru clearly, can't accept that love does not have perfect steps and is actually quite messy, that Chizuru might not know what she is doing and it's all planned, that she is wrong about all of this and herself. Minnie does not wish to see. She doesn't see Kazuya either. Minnie, like Mommy, seeks structure. Order amongst the chaos, while literally being an agent of chaos. She does not want to accept the chaos and thus creates an unhappy order. In seeking this order, she plays the same games as the fakers she despises. But to accept chaos is to accept the truth. Think of Minnie as those people who seek perfection and are critical when it does not play out how they imagined. A perfect lover, a perfect person, even a perfect victim. Kazuya isn't a perfect victim in this scenario, right? Therefore, he's not really a victim and she doesn't treat him like a victim, right? But his perfect lover persona, that's starting to shatter too. The perfect person, Chizuru isn't aligning with Minnie's interpretation of that kind of like certain ideal love that she wants. This desire for perfection mirrors the readers and how they believe the story should play out, denying life in order to live a fantasy, or in order to live in fantasy. It does not come from a place of elitism like Mommy. Rather, it's from the pain of reality, how depressing it can feel, how devoid of magic it can be. Minnie desires magic and thus denies what her eyes see, creating the same superficial lies she dislikes. Mirroring the common reader's desire for escapism when reading romance. They are here for magic, not to be shown real challenge and the messiness of love. That's depressing. They just want to feel happy. It's that line of thinking that can easily become the very thing people claim to hate. You see this contrast when Minnie explains real life to Kazuya in contrast to his experience. It's so fake or just outright romanticized. It's either cynical or pure manga magic, all to find order, none of which aligns with the truth, as both are an escape from reality. Minnie is an enforcer of order to find meaning. Mommy is an enforcer of chaos to justify pain. In 413, Minnie pressures Chizuru to conform to her own perception of order. For if she does not, her world would flip. In trying to create order, she did flip the world without realizing. Minnie is her own worst enemy, for in getting the answer she desperately desired, she proved the very flaws in her line of thinking, whether it be her advice to Kazuya for July 11th, her perception of Chizuru, or even her perception of Kazuya. Like Mommy, she dug her own grave. She created this timeline. She wanted all of this to find order. She created this timeline that she wanted all in the service of finding order, not to find truth. She's been doing it since the beginning. Minnie always desired control over what she cannot control. She cannot see the truth in her dark loneliness. Minnie did this from the start. She was always like this. She stopped Kazuya and Chizuru from meeting on the veranda because a YouTuber told her to take control. She spilled Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru, pressured Chizuru she spilled Kazuya's feelings to Chizuru, pressuring Chizuru who was holding the ring. She blackmailed Kazuya without even realizing. Minnie has been doing this from the start. Yeah, I think the one thing I'll give like Varicus is that he focused a lot more on Chizuru than I did. I was focusing on how Minnie was fucking up. Varicus, I think, like, kind of did the right thing and focused more on Chizuru, where I was the one, like, focusing more on Minnie. Which I think works, ultimately. It's not a huge deal. I think it ultimately works. It's a good thing that, like, he focused on Chizuru while I focused on Minnie, because I can call Minnie out on her horse shit, but I sometimes, like, get lost in that horse shit and don't recognize what Chizuru is going through. So I think most of what Varicus wrote in regards to Chizuru was pretty solid, I would say. Did we finish reading this? Yeah, we're talking about the koi thing. As assuming Minnie won't tell Kazuya that she met Chizuru and learned that the kiss was exactly what he imagined. A final desperate attempt at her research. Kazuya might find out only on July 11th that Chizuru still hasn't found her answer, and that only then would the entire illusion built on Minnie's interpretation collapse right in front of him. I still don't think July 11th is happening. Not in the way that we're expecting. I really think July 11th is not happening the way that we're expecting. But Chizuru once said he would. But Kazuya once said he wouldn't want to be in a relationship if his partner doesn't even know whether what they feel is love. So what would he choose to do then? If Chizuru was willing, despite still not having found the answer she's looking for, would Kazuya still choose to be with her? Yeah, absolutely. Or would she tell him she found the answer even if it isn't true, to protect that one truth, to protect her desire to make him happy? Or again, would she tell him, no, Chizuru wouldn't lie to him. Chizuru wouldn't lie to him. Or again, would she tell him that actually there might be simply no such thing as an answer to what she's searching for? So I think what Reishi's going to do is that Chizuru will eventually find her answer, maybe after they have sexual relations. And what she's going to say is she's like, I think I've been in love with you for a while now. And Kazuya will be like, wait, when? And Chizuru will just be like, I'm not sure. It's been a long time. Because that's literally what happened in Maison Ikkoku, and it just feels right. It just feels too right. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Chizuru is probably going to realize, like, her feelings when they have sex. Because I think sex is the central motif of this entire thing. She's going to find her answer. The problem is Kazuya is waiting for her to find her answer alone. And in them having sex, they found it together. Chizuru starts finding pieces of her answer through intimacy. So, literally, what Kazuya needs to do is just create a safe space for her and help her through that intimacy, and she'll find that answer. There is an answer. No, there is an answer to what she's searching for. She's been actually saying the answer the whole time. It's time. The answer to love is time. It really is. You'll understand your feelings through time. Time is a central motif of this entire story. How you use time, what you do with time. Love is all about the time that we share. It's kind of it. It's the sharing and the connection and the bond you build over that time. So I think at the very least that's Chizuru's answer. And she'll find that answer possibly through sex. In the end, that would exactly be what Sayuri said in chapter 51. In the world we know, most things don't even have answers. No. That's not what Sayuri said. Sayuri said, in the world that we live in, there aren't many simple answers. No. That's not what Sayuri said. Sayuri says, There aren't many simple choices but to press forward through the endless doubt, the anxiety, and the anguish, and to keep facing those difficult choices, the only way to live life to the fullest. In our world of ours, right? She doesn't say there are no answers. She's saying there are no simple answers. Life is full of moments that don't have easy answers, easy explanations. I don't think it's a good idea to use the official translations because they're notoriously bad at this stuff. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. I know these are the official translations. Most things don't even have answers. They stumble through each other, acting troubling. No, see that this dialogue makes so much more sense. There aren't many simple choices but to press forward through the endless doubt, the anxiety, the anguish, and to keep facing those difficult choices. That's the only way to live life to the fullest. You have to face the difficult choices. That's what she's saying. She's just saying in life there aren't many simple choices. So just felt like correcting that. That's the only honest thing about life. You've grown into a woman who can live that way. That's more than enough. Now that I think about it, her words feel astonishingly relevant to what Chizuru is facing right now. They are. No, Sayuri's words are incredibly relevant. Literally, you've grown into a woman who can do just that. You can face these hard choices. You're not weak. That's all I need to be truly happy, that you can face these tough choices. You were so pretty. The movie was wonderful. Thank you. God. It guts me seeing Chizuru like this. Oh my, it fucking hurts, dude. Oh, it fucking guts me seeing Chizuru like this, dude. No, that's literally it. It's about making difficult choices. It's not about having an answer. You have to make a difficult choice. That is what Chizuru has been doing this whole time. That's what she's doing in this chapter. She's making a difficult choice. She's going to confront Minnie knowing full well what awaits her. She's made the choices she did for the film knowing full well what awaits her. When she picked the film, she knew. She must have known when she chose to, not the film, the play. When she chose to do the play, she must have known full well what might have awaited her. Right? It makes you wonder. Yeah, I still don't fully grasp the play. I'm gonna be real. I still don't fully grasp the play. I just know it might be something Chizuru knows she wants to do for certain. You know, even my own theory is like coming into doubt now. Even my own theory is like coming into doubt now in my own head. But the one thing I know for certain is that Chizuru wanted to do that play. And I think that was a difficult choice she had to make. And that is the difficult choices she's needing to make. She needs to constantly keep making these difficult choices that are not easy. The play was a difficult choice for Chizuru. Choosing the play over love was a difficult choice for Chizuru. Choosing to reject Kazuya was a difficult choice. Opening up to Minnie was a difficult choice. Confronting Umi was a difficult choice. All we've seen Chizuru do is do difficult choices. Hard, not easy choices. Whereas Kazuya is like sitting around doing easy shit. Not really facing any of his difficult choices. Even Ruka. So, yeah. I think that's a good spot as any to stop. I think that's a good spot as any to stop. I just check sometimes because I'm curious if someone left like an interesting comment. That's why, by the way, for those that are curious why I randomly check like this, I'm just curious if someone left an interesting comment. I always try to find new perspectives and see if people left something fucking interesting because I just want different perspectives that are interesting instead of just, you know, cynical people. I get really, really fucking bored from like cynical ass people. I just want like interesting new perspectives. That's all. And like, yeah, I just love it when people, you know, look at something with honesty instead of that stupid shit that we saw on Reddit with that one person, which just mentally checked me out. Okay. Okay, I think I'll stop for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. So tomorrow, let me zoom in on my face. So tomorrow, I'll start with Rent a Girlfriend. I'll probably find something else to talk about, because whenever like I go to work, because I'm moving around, my brain is moving, so like my shit will start cooking in my head, and I'll figure some stuff out. So I'll probably start with Rent a Girlfriend, and then we'll go to Kingdom Hearts. I'm gonna try to finish Kingdom Hearts maybe tomorrow or maybe by Friday. Either tomorrow or Friday, I'm gonna try to finish Kingdom Hearts because Resident Evil's almost out. I'm probably gonna buy Resident Evil tomorrow. I'm gonna be real. I'll probably buy Resident Evil tomorrow. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts, we're gonna probably finish it tomorrow. I'll see if I can do any of the side stuff, because there's a lot of side stuff in Kingdom Hearts. I would at least like to fight Sephiroth and the enigmatic figure. Those two I would at least like to fight, especially the enigmatic figure. That dude's that's literally fucking lightsabers, dude. Lightsabers in my Disney game. That's just cool. Anywho, for anyone who's still here, thank you for tuning in. Remember to subscribe, hit the like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all the fun stuff. Thanks. Support me on Patreon. I would really appreciate it. Join the Discord. If you're having trouble with the Discord links, just let me know in the comments. It seems to be a running fucking issue. I don't know what the fucking deal is. But if you want to join the Discord, just comment, hey, I'm having issues with the Discord thing. Just, yeah. And if you guys see the comment and I haven't responded, feel free to let me know. Because sometimes I don't see the comments and I don't know why. YouTube just doesn't show me the fucking comments for some reason, because fuck me, I guess. But yeah, that's it. Bid Fate. See you guys tomorrow, and hopefully you have a good day. Hopefully you have a good, wonderful day. Hopefully this stuff was interesting to you guys. If you have any questions and stuff, I'm gonna read your comments. Feel free to leave your comments. I will gladly read them. So please, if you have any questions or things you're interested about, comment. Let me know. Make sure to like the videos and shit. You know. I find it interesting. I like when people comment. Please don't feel like you're stupid for commenting. I'm not gonna call you stupid, especially if you're coming from an earnest place. I may criticize you if I think like you're unintentionally being like a certain way. I'll let you know. But if you're just being honest and being yourself, like, I'm not gonna be an asshole about it. Okay. I try my best not to be an asshole like Twitter. You know, I try my best not to be an asshole. I'll just be kind of a dick when like I can sense animosity in your language. Like when there's clear like animosity in your language, like then I'll like, okay, not liking where this is going, then I'll get like a little defensive. But if you just comment and you have just questions and you just want to say things, please don't, no questions is like outright stupid. I say stupid shit all the fucking time. All right, fellas. I'll see you later. Have a good night. This scene still guts my heart. This scene still guts my heart. Oh, you guys can't see it. This scene. Oh, Chizuru. I just don't know. I don't know what's right and what's wrong anymore. I don't know what I should be telling you and what I shouldn't. Oh, literally what's going on with her right now. Literally what's going on with her. It's literally paralysis. You're frozen. Your guilt is eating away at you and you don't know what to do anymore. That's literally Chizuru right now. Straight up. Literally Chizuru right now. There's a reason I wrote that thread about guilt earlier. There's a reason I wrote that thread about guilt earlier, which is Chizuru. Okay? Have a good night. Have a good night. Or day, wherever you are. Bye-bye.